All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming this morning. We have more people who said they were going to be here, but I think people are still remembering how to get up, get dressed, get on the road, account for traffic, and so more will be joining us. My name is Laura Ruderman. I am the CEO of the Technology Alliance. First, I want to say a very special thank you to our diamond sponsors, Google and Meta. We all have to get used to saying Meta. On the radio this morning, I heard the commentators say Facebook, Meta, Instagram, whatever we're calling them, but I'm told it's Meta. As well as our premier sponsors, GeekWire, McKinsey, Northeastern University, Seattle, the University of Washington, the Washington State Department of Commerce, and Washington State University. Thank you as well to our principal and participating sponsors, whose names you can see on the slides. And thank you also to all of our speakers. I'm really excited about the agenda ahead. Thank you to everybody who's here in the room today for bringing your proof of vaccination, and welcome to all of you who are watching remotely. As a reminder, those of you who are here in the room must be wearing your mask while you are inside. If you lower your mask to take a sip of coffee, as Chris is modeling it perfectly. If you lower your mask to take a sip of your beverage or a bite of muffin, please remember to replace it. If you forget, one of our volunteers or staff or your neighbor will gently remind you. So a little bit of history. In 1997, the folks who founded the Technology Alliance did so with the goal of creating Washington State as a hub of the innovation economy. They weren't looking just at Microsoft or that young upstart Amazon, but at Immunex, Boeing, and at companies that hadn't yet been conceived of in areas like climate tech and clean energy. They knew that in order to achieve their goal, three things were required: an educated workforce, research capacity, and an entrepreneurial climate. And to get those, you needed a supportive constituency both inside the legislature and out in the general public. And the key to unlocking those doors is an active collaboration among policymakers, academia, and the business community, requiring each group to have some basic understanding of each other's line of work. That collaboration, that education, that exploration is what the Technology Alliance is all about and is the purpose of this conference. I'm thrilled that we'll have almost 15% of the legislature in attendance, either virtually or in person, as well as folks from across the academic spectrum and from the business community. For those who've attended this event before, we're doing it a little differently this year. In previous years, we've chosen a specific technical topic like artificial intelligence or genomics and brought everyone together to develop a common understanding of the science, the practical applications, its economic impact across the state, and then discuss what policymakers should and shouldn't do in order to support both the scientific advances and the economic growth that comes with them. This year, we've chosen a more general topic, and one that I think is on everyone's mind, and that is the future of work. You can't open a newspaper or a magazine or turn on the radio these days without hearing about the future of work. Most of those explore things like how to create cohesion among in-person and remote workers, talent attraction and retention, the Great Resignation, what the ideal number of work from home versus work at the office days is, and other practical and important topics. Some discuss appropriate boundaries on a video call. I think many of you in this room have met my cat. And the psychological effects of staring at your own image all day. But most of them ignore an important piece of this puzzle: in what ways and how quickly public policy needs to shift in order to support all of the changes that we are seeing beyond immediate pandemic-related items like vaccine mandates. Now, we've been here before. This is not the United States' first adventure with respect to the future of work. We've seen other profound shifts throughout history, and Professor O'Mara is soon going to kick us off with a look backward at all of the other times we've been in this spot and how public policy has shifted. One thing I do want to be explicit about: this event takes the position that the current shift didn't start with the pandemic. One of the guiding principles as we've organized this day is that the nature of work, our relationship to our work, and the growing emphasis on creating equitable and diverse workplaces were all happening prior to March of 2020. COVID didn't create the future of work. It accelerated the changes, though, to a speed that made them visible, much like time-lapse photography lets us see a flower blossom or the motion of the stars in the night sky. And it made certain inequities impossible to ignore. We've seen some societal norms change at dizzying speed as well. But public policy, generally not known for its speed and agility, will have to speed up as well. We often refer to government as the ship of state. Well, for those of you that work in and around public policy, you know that that ship is an ocean liner or an aircraft carrier, not a speedboat. Accelerating, slowing down, turning, it all takes a lot of time and effort. So let me be clear. Our goal today isn't policy prescriptions. The Technology Alliance isn't a think tank analyzing trends and churning out white papers. We're not in the business of telling policymakers what to do. We sit in a special place at the intersection of all the threads of the innovation economy, with each sector and role represented on our board. And you have a complete board list in your folders. And we have a mission to catalyze change through convening all of the parties who make up that ship of state and are responsible for its maintenance and navigation. And really, on some level, isn't that every citizen of the great state of Washington? So the purpose of today's conference is that together we get that ship's engines revving. We start that acceleration process. We spark conversations among the thought leaders and change makers who are in the room today, watching from home, and on the stage. I hope you'll use the breaks to meet folks you don't know and share your perspectives on the topics discussed. My goal is that we'll be able to look back at today's conference and point to smart policies that came out of this gathering of smart people. I know that everyone will leave here with new ideas and new relationships that will serve us all well into the future. So with no further ado, let me turn the stage over to Professor O'Mara. I got to hear her speak while she was promoting her most recent book, The Code, A History of Silicon Valley and the Tech Industry, and I immediately started looking for opportunities to have her come and talk at one of our events, and am thrilled to have found one. She has a unique understanding of the intersection of the creation of the innovation economy and public policy, and I can't wait to hear what she has in store for us today. So, Professor O'Mara, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm caffeinated, and I hope the rest of you all are as well. And it's interesting, as someone who teaches and writes history for a living, to be asked to talk about the future. Historians generally shy away from that. We know the danger. We know what happens in the past when people have made bold predictions that have not come true. It is very hard to track what might happen next. But one of the things that I do talk about a lot, whether I'm talking to my students at UW or I'm talking to business leaders and civic leaders like yourselves, is to is to emphasize that history can help us map out what might happen next. Mark Twain allegedly said, you can never quite tell on the internet who said what, that history does not repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And this rhyming is something that I look for and track. And I think that as we have worked our way through this crisis in a very different way of working, and thinking about what comes next, thinking not just about where the new normal happens and when that happens, when we get back to where we were, but recognizing what Laura was just talking about, which is that the last 2 years have accelerated changes that were already in motion, or they have laid bare existing inequities that were always there and are forcing much more honest conversations. So as employers and as workers, we all need to think about where the opportunity lies for productive change. It is undeniable that work, certainly in the last 2 years, has changed. That no one could have imagined in 2018 when the Amazon spheres opened that 2 years later they would shut down to Amazonians and visitors alike for an indefinite period. And it seems even now, as large employers push out their return to the office dates, both here and nationally, it becomes harder to think, well, when are we getting back to? When is it going to be normal again? And what is that normal going to look like? Well, in the 100 years ago, after the flu pandemic of 1918, 1919, you could go to downtown Seattle less than a year after the pandemic finally ebbed, and you could find workers back at their desks, no longer wearing their cloth masks. Things seemed back to normal. The 20s were roaring. Downtown was full of people and cars and all sorts of vehicles. This was the beginning of a fresh start. But things had changed. There were some fundamental ruptures, not just about the collective public health emergency and what mark that left on buildings, including, this office, in fact, is a model of ventilation that we should all aim for. But also other ways in which workers themselves had asserted their power, ways in which employers had reorganized the structures of their organizations, the way in which technology was changing work, the way in which demographics were changing work, who did it, how they did it, where and when. The secretaries in this photograph are occupying jobs that 50 years earlier didn't really exist. Being a typist didn't exist before the typewriter. But the notion of white-collar work itself is something that was invented and created. So what I want to talk about today is look backward, look at these earlier moments of past rupture, disruption, acceleration, and examine them and as examples for maybe giving us some sort of template, some rhyming template for where we might go next. What are the catalysts of change? What are the things that change work? What is the what? What is the rupture? And oftentimes there is a crisis. A crisis kind of kicks things into gear. Who benefits from those changes, which is a really critical question when it comes to these economic relationships of work. Is it the employer? Is it the worker? Is it the customer? Who is changed and who is changed in what way? And then this bigger question, which I think all of the people in this room and watching are grappling with, which is how can change make work better? We all agree there are things about the way that work in this state, in this country, particularly, and including and especially work in the technology industry, which encompasses a wide range of jobs at a lot of different income and skill levels. There were things that could have been better, could have been fixed, that we were trying to improve. So how can we take a really serious look at this new landscape and say, where is the opportunity? And how can we make sure that people are not disadvantaged by a new normal in ways that we might not anticipate. But how can we be mindful of the range of worker experiences? How can we be mindful of the range of businesses and business leaders and what the business priorities are, the needs of different parts of our high-tech economy to make that change better, not just a new version of the old problems? So crises indeed do disrupt, accelerate, form, and work is often transformed in the wake of global crises. Perhaps the most large-scale global pandemic in human history was the Black Death of the 14th century, in which somewhere between 75 and 200 million people died in the global population. That's about 30 to 40% of the entire population of Great Britain. And this was an enormous disruption to the prevailing mode of work in terms of numbers, which was feudalism. And there is evidence that after, economic historians have analyzed what happens after the Black Death when you have an enormous die-off of so much of the population. Well, the remaining workers have more power, and they assert it. And even in the economic model of feudalism, which, mind you, we've moved beyond that, but there are the people in charge had to make accommodations in order to get things done. There are changes in the way that technology is incorporated into work, the way in which wages and paid work, either in money or other forms of capital, are accumulated by workers, and there is a gradual shift. So yes, we have this, work is definitely one of those, if we think about what are things changed in society by these huge public health emergencies and disruptions, that work is certainly front and center. But there are other catalysts as well. You don't always have to have a pandemic to get things going. Technology is an enormous catalyst, as I think the people listening here today are well aware of how much tech changes work. What would the last 2 years have been like without Microsoft Teams and the software that we use to stay connected and continue to use? But technology, like, for example, the introduction of the mechanical reaper in the 1840s, the earlier introduction of the invention of the cotton gin. In the case of the United States economy, which was majority agricultural, it begins both this scaling up of agricultural production from small scale to large scale. Fatefully, the introduction of the cotton gin allows Southern chattel slavery to expand exponentially. But it also is accelerating this larger shift of labor, of how much labor it takes to get things grown and then threshed and processed. It speeds everything up. There isn't as much need, it isn't as labor intensive anymore. So the mechanization of agriculture, which sort of spins out over more than a century and continues to this day, has made farming a very, very worker-light activity. It is very technology-driven. If you go down to my home state of Arkansas and you go to the southeast part of Arkansas, you will find vast acres and acres of land. If you go to eastern Washington, the same thing. You will find it's extraordinary, like the level of productivity per worker is extraordinary because you don't need that many people to farm anymore. And so this is a huge disruptor of work. And with people moving from agricultural labor, particularly small-scale labor, into manufacturing labor at a larger scale, this is something that is taking all the familiar hallmarks of what work was and what people expected from the economic relationship that they had over a lifetime and threw that out the window. It kind of makes what we're going through now, a kind of remote, hybrid, in the office, out of the office, kind of pale in comparison. But it does occur over a longer time scale, which makes it harder, a little harder to discern, and also more time to accommodate that change. Technology is a catalyst of industrialization. The power loom that enables the mills of New England to become the first kind of industrial hub that the United States has in the early 19th century, that allows textile production to grow at scale, going in lockstep with the expansion of agriculture, particularly the growth of cotton as a crop in the South, going to the looms of the North. The US economy was very much, the North and South, very much codependent, and technology is a catalyst. But demographics are also a catalyst in enabling the mills of Lowell, Massachusetts, and other places to become these extraordinary high-tech centers of production in the early to middle part of the 19th century. You needed workers for those looms. And the thing about the power loom is that you didn't need to have workers with you didn't have to have highly skilled workers. Someone could show up, get rudimentary training, and go to work. But you still needed a lot of human capital, and so you needed workers that weren't all that expensive. The symbiotic relationship here and what enables this, again, this type of industry to grow to scale and this new type of work to emerge is that these New England farm families who are having more children that are surviving to adulthood because of improvements in public health and sanitation and nutrition, have surplus children who are no longer needed on the farm because agriculture is becoming more mechanized, scaling up. And so you have all these young girls in New England who are going to become mill girls in the mills in the cities of Massachusetts and Rhode Island and on. So this, again, entirely new jobs that didn't exist. People who were born into one world and then are working in another. The 19th century was a period of extraordinary disruption. I think a lot about people who were born in, say, 1820 and what the world was like of their childhood and what America had become by the time they reached middle age in terms of technologically, in terms of urbanization versus sort of the growth of cities, the demographic change. Immigration is also a major factor in creating this surplus, this low-skilled, abundant workforce. And you need to have machines that can be operated by people who, again, may not know English, don't need a lot of training, are expendable, because this wasn't very safe work either. And out of this process of industrialization, the growth of industrial capitalism in the United States and in Europe in the late 19th century, we see entirely new professions and classes of worker emerge. The white-collar worker, the office worker, the desk worker. This is not really a job category that existed at scale. And so much of that work is created by new needs of modern corporations. The need for information processing. No one's working with a digital computer yet, but it still is a process of moving paper around, of processing all of this information for increasingly larger organizations. These are professions that are empowered, like this is a magazine editor, and ones with less economic and political power, like the secretary. But again, technology is allowing this new work to speed up, to scale up, and creating opportunity, economic opportunity, and personal opportunity for people that didn't have that. Young women who have waged work in the American city of the late 19th century had a degree of independence from male control that they had not enjoyed before. These working class women, these sort of lower level pink collar jobs, paid enough money so women could live independently, at least for a certain period of their life, between the time they were growing up in their household and then getting married and becoming parents. And this is changing social relations. This is creating new markets. There are all these new consumer products that are starting to be marketed to women, for example, who now have this new buying power. So work is, again, connected to so many other things. It's responding to so many other changes in society, enabled by all these other changes. But it's also a really interesting window into seeing what the possibilities might be. That the workplace can become a place of empowerment on many different dimensions, and where power relations play out. And employers and businesses have a lot of control over what that looks like and who is benefited, who benefits from that power relationship. Organizations are becoming vastly more complex. I love this organization chart of a mid-19th century railroad, which is simply showing all the heads. This is all the different pieces of the org and the different offices. Imagine, this kind of makes my head explode. but this level of complexity, again, think about the American born in the first part of the 19th century, who by the time they're reaching their working adulthood, you suddenly are going from everything being at a very small, highly localized scale to these massive things. And how the managers and the executives and the people leading these companies have to reckon with, all right, how do we classify this? How do we make sense of this incredible complexity? How do we make order out of disorder? Work is always changing. It's maybe not changing as quickly, more quickly sometimes, more slowly other times. It's always changing. This is another favorite print of mine. This is a kind of a depiction of the Montgomery Ward busy beehive. I think about this a lot when I think about an Amazon fulfillment center. But there's, again, this sort of wrestling with the complexity of delivering goods at scale. That's the other thing that's happening in the 19th century, is that markets are going from being intensely local and regional to becoming national and international. Flows of capital become international. Markets become national. A farmer in eastern Washington is putting their grain on a train and sending it to Chicago. And what they're getting paid for that depends on what some commodities broker in Chicago thinks it's worth. And what they have to pay to ship it depends on what the railroad is going to charge them. And so suddenly independent economic actors who were used to setting the terms of their own economic futures. They were independent entrepreneurs. They were farmers who didn't answer to anyone. They didn't have bosses. They were all hustlers. Everyone was their own gig worker, so to speak. And suddenly you're now part of these larger systems, and you don't have a lot of control and a lot of choice. This helps us understand why in the late 19th century, in the Great Plains, in the far west, including in our state, you have a very robust populist party that grows from the small towns and the farms of these regions that have been adversely affected by the new consolidation of capital and the fact that they no longer have the economic autonomy and choice they used to have. And they rail against the bankers, they rail against the powerful people far away who are dictating the terms of their economic lives. Political turmoil comes along with all of these changes in the nature of work. Management becomes a science by the late 19th and early 20th century. Again, it's the building the airplane while in flight, right? Which is what we're always doing to some degree. But again, trying to somehow build some control into what seems like a chaotic situation is a hallmark of this late 19th century, early 20th century American workplace. You have management gurus like Frederick Winslow Taylor, whose superfan was Henry Ford, among other people, who is thinking about how every movement a worker makes on the assembly line can be maximized for productivity, who's thinking about how can employers do something about this terrible churn they have in the labor force because jobs were terrible and people left. And Ford takes Taylor's principles to heart and among other things institutes the $5 day in 1914, doubling the daily wages of his workers. Not all of it comes in cash. It also comes with some strings attached, because it's Henry Ford, who had ideas about how society should work. You had to have a certain standard of housing and hygiene and all these things along with it to get that nice fat paycheck. But it is something that serves to catalyze a rise in wages. It is something that also slows down the churn in the Ford factories. But it also is not something done with worker empowerment and autonomy in mind. And it doesn't ultimately do what Ford hopes it will do, which is stave off unionization. Detroit, by the 1930s, thanks to Franklin Roosevelt's administration strongly backing the right of workers to organize, becomes a union town, even though the major employers for decades had resisted that and tried to find other ways to keep workers happy. Work can empower. So one of the things we see in the 19th century as industrial capitalism scales up, that factories become massive, that workers suddenly are working together by the hundreds or thousands in one place, is that they are able to organize and push back against their employers. The labor movement takes a long road to broad-based, to where we get by the middle part of the 20th century with very, very high private sector, blue-collar unionization. But here's the first Labor Day in 1882 in New York, the first Labor Day parade. Workers, again, people who are asserting their rights and their citizenship and their Americanness because of their worker status, that they are seeing themselves as workers and Americans together. Work can empower. Work also can exploit. The sweatshops of early 20th century New York City become this, rightly so, a symbol of the intense exploitation of a disempowered workforce, of workers who in so many ways do not have power to fight back. They're female, they're immigrant, many of them do not speak English, many of them are Jewish or Catholic, these then marginalized, not quite seen as white groups in American society. This exploitation happens in a factory setting. It also happens with piecework at home, and where here's immigrants in a tenement. This is a Jacob Riis photograph, as you might imagine, taking piecework at home out of with absolutely no labor standards in place. This excessive exploitation is a catalyst, however, for change, not just for workers fighting back, but also for a broader political momentum, including solidarity and support from people who are not the immigrant working class. That something has to change about labor standards. There have to be protections to keep this intense exploitation from happening. And of course, one catalyst, again, crises can disrupt, catalyze, accelerate, is the tragic Triangle Fire of 1911, in which hundreds of these young immigrant garment workers perished when their high-rise factory caught on fire in Lower Manhattan. A tragedy that was significant not only because of its scope, but also because it happened in New York City, and it was very easy for the newspaper photographers to go and document the entire thing. Having eyes on a crime can catalyze change in the way that things could not otherwise have. I think that's something we're seeing quite vividly in this current social media era where horror can be documented when it once was kept hidden. Workers assert their power after crisis. If we map back and look at moments in the United States of peaks of 20th century labor activism, for example, one example, it happens after war, after pandemic and war. In the case of 1919, when the Seattle General Strike, when 60,000 workers in our city of about 300,000 walked off the job. One of many mass labor actions that year. And it's significant. It's happening after a period in which
all of the presumptions about the way the world works have been thrown out the window. There's been war. The US is engaging and intervening and sending troops into a European war. Some of these workers themselves were veterans, asserting their citizenship, understanding themselves as Americans who have rights in a way that they hadn't before. There's also the pandemic itself, the mass death, the many, many millions died, and especially young people, people of working age, children, who were hit hardest by the flu. So that scrambling of expectations, that disruption of the regular economic business creates space for workers to push back and fight, not only to reimagine their jobs, but to, in the case of the Wobblies and the labor radicals who led the Seattle General Strike, to push back against capitalism itself. Similar thing happens in the Great Depression. You see a wave of strikes, of labor activism, of union drives, including the Flint sit-down strike in 1937, which again makes headlines, drags on for weeks, months. They're asserting their power during and after crisis. Crisis, which in the case of Detroit was mass layoffs, shuttered factories, a consolidation of the industry where small car companies went out of business and the big three rose. That churn gets people to question, what am I doing for a living and what can I fight for something better? Similar thing right after World War II. Huge wave of strikes. Returning veterans, people who've been working in defense work. The economy is contracting after the wartime mobilization swells it, and workers are pushing back. Employers have responded in a number of ways. Employers long have tried to build worker loyalty, recruitment, retention by making work more than work. Work as a family, and this is something that's been particularly pronounced in white-collar industries since the 19th century. But it also is a tool used by those with large blue-collar workforces, whether in manufacturing or service jobs, to try and mitigate this, make people happier so that they'll stick around and be more productive workers. If you have this is the US Steel plant in Utah. I love this picture especially because you get the mountains in the background. It's very, you have your job has a softball team. You're playing at work, making work more than just work so that people will feel a sense of loyalty and a loyalty to their employer. Again, this is all about power dynamics too. So the drivers of change are not just one thing. Technology is extremely important. We can't discount how much that is pushing and reshaping the nature of the workplace across all classes, across all sectors. And the technology products that are produced by companies in this region, in this state, have been essential, transformative. They are, if you scope things up beyond the virtual meeting or the virtual conference, and you think about AWS and Azure, you think about the way that the world is running on a backbone provided by companies disproportionately headquartered in this region. But technology doesn't emerge in a vacuum. It's a product of society. There were lots of light bulbs invented before Thomas Edison invented his. Why does Edison get all the credit? Well, Edison invented his version of the light bulb at a moment when there was industrialization, urbanization, and public infrastructure and consumer demand had matured enough so that people wanted electric light, where you could electrify cities, you could electrify homes. There suddenly was a need, a demand, and a capacity. So these things work in synergy. Technology is not driving it, but technology is a component of it. demographics are really important. The ups and downs of immigration and a foreign-born workforce, particularly foreign-born workforce at the lower end of the income spectrum, willing to take jobs that either Americans won't do or where there's more demand than the native-born population can fill. That also is a really important dynamic. But so too is the age cohort, gender, race, class, other ways in which people are coming into a workplace with a life experience, with an identity that is affecting the way, not only how they work and how they understand their place in the workplace, but also how much power they have at work. And the responsibility of employers to not presume that someone goes to this job because of who they are or those other identifiers. Education is a very critical component, of course, of workforce demographics. And also worker empowerment. Not to say that if you have a BA, you're going to be a happy worker for life, although, you know, it definitely you're going to earn more. But it is the correlation between how much power one has as a worker and autonomy you have to move if you don't like your job. There's a strong correlation with education levels. And so it's ultimately about economic power. It's a question of the work is about an economic relationship between human beings. And who has that power? And finding the right balance between worker and employer. Not that everyone sort of marches arm in arm into the sunset, but to find ways to properly negotiate this that meets the goals of business and also meets the needs and recognizes the humanity of the workers, whatever they're doing, whether they're a software engineer or they're working in a warehouse or any point in between. So this brings us up to more of the present, our tech world, and how technology, particularly digital technologies, computer hardware and software, has and is transforming work, and what the responsibility of industries in the tech sector broadly defined, or technology and software-enabled industries, which is pretty much everything. Software indeed has eaten the world. How does that track with this change in work and disruptions in work? Well, one of the really interesting things to me in the last 2 years has been thinking about how our sort of mass, forcing everyone to go home and get on their computer and work remotely, is finally, 40 plus years later, the fulfillment of a prophecy that had been made since the first personal computer arrived on a few early adopters' desks in the late 70s and early 80s. So I love this. I love this piece of this primary source here. This is one of a little flurry of early 80s pieces that are talking about how computers and the arrival of desktop computers, then connected not by the internet but by modem, by your phone line. This is before the commercialization of the internet, of course. But there were bold predictions made that once everyone had computers at home, guess what? Families could just stop going to school or going to work, and everyone could work at home in the electronic cottage. The proponent of this, and this person who coined this phrase, was Alvin Toffler, who might be a name familiar to you, futurist, author of books like Future Shock, which was published in 1970. And I actually don't remember. Well, it's a very long book. I've read it, so you don't have to. But it's really interesting to look at the sorts of things he was predicting back then, and also in subsequent books that he published in 1980 and 1990. And how much kind of what did come to pass and what didn't. But he does acknowledge, presents this vision of a new way of working that is home-based, that is community-based, that was very communitarian, making the argument that with parents and children all working and learning from home, that they would become more connected to their local neighborhoods and their communities, and civic life would flourish again, and everyone would happily march into the sunset. Well, I think all of us probably got to know the streets around our homes really, really well in the first weeks and months of the pandemic, particularly dog owners. But did we see the civic flourishing that Toffler predicted? Maybe yes, maybe no. But what's so interesting is this is 1980. And despite these predictions, despite the mass adoption of personal computing and computing in the workplace, offices continued to look in the computer age for a while a lot like they looked in the pre-computer age. That we didn't work from home. We kept on going to the office, that these digital technologies did not liberate us to think about work in a fundamentally different way that was more closely knit to home, family, and community. Why is that? Well, part of the answer is technology is not the only thing that's a catalyst for change. When surveys were made of remote workers over the 80s and 90s, including after widespread internet access was leading a new generation of dot-com era futurists to predict that everyone was just going to move away from cities and go live in a cabin in Montana and just dial in. There was remarkably little uptake in this truly remote worker. But there has been an increasing number, and one of the things that is clear is that the pandemic made clear there are people who were working from home before COVID, a lot. And gradually there had been more and more adoption. But there had been managerial resistance, was something that both managers and employees cited again and again as why they didn't work from home all the time. That these old ideas about organizational management, which had their origins in the 19th century, revved in the 20th century, in kind of the era of Alfred P. Sloan and et al., were still face-to-face work, in-person work, FaceTime was considered to be preeminent. Now, I think we all appreciate FaceTime more than we did, not FaceTime, the Apple FaceTime, but real FaceTime, than we did 2 years ago. I know I do. I'm so excited to be in a room with you guys, right? It's really great. You can't replicate that. But this all or nothing approach, I think we have a more nuanced appreciation, which I think makes this return to work so difficult. So, what have employers done to keep workers coming into the office when the digital world doesn't mean that they have to? They make work more than work. You have the softball teams at US Steel. Then you have the climbing walls and the massage rooms and the free food at Google and other tech workplaces. And tech definitely was, interestingly, for a sector that built all the things that enabled remote work, the tech industry has been very, 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 sort of felt that in-person work was a really critical part of its culture and a secret to its success. I think that the pandemic challenged that, not only practically in terms of workers saying, nope, I'm not going to come in 5 days, but also the tech sector's had a pretty good couple of years. Turns out working remotely hasn't adversely affected the bottom line all that much. Now, there are other things going on too, but it's really interesting that, say, a company like Amazon, which has been very, very office-centric and Seattle-centric for a long time, right? Everyone for a while had to be here. Is shifting in response. This is massive, massive change. And also workers have been asserting their power, not just blue-collar workers, but white-collar tech workers too, which is, let me tell you, as someone who's in the business of usually standing in front of people saying, we've seen this before, we haven't seen this before, not in tech, not white-collar workers. We've seen blue-collar tech workers trying to unionize, not get very far. But we haven't seen this. People, if they're unhappy, they usually just switch companies. So this is a real, again, crisis is getting workers to rethink. It's just like 1919 and 1946. It's a similar thing. So what comes next? Where do we go here? Well, after this intermission, which is kind of a long intermission, where do we go next? Well, I think the better question that I'd like to leave you guys with is the question of who comes next? who is the workplace for? Who is going to benefit from this change? And how can this disruption prompt us to bravely reimagine the way that we work? Going beyond, should we be remote, should we be in person, I don't know, but thinking about who are we supporting? Who is going to be part of this workplace? And not only part of it, but setting the terms for what it looks like, for what work looks like. Who comes next? Ada, Development Academy, I got you. But who's the tech worker, broadly defined, in these software-enabled companies, meaning everywhere, of the future? And particularly the people who aren't yet workers yet, the kids, the next generation whose lives have been so very disrupted by this pandemic, whose expectations and assumptions of what happens next have been thrown out the window. What are they thinking about? What are they doing? What sort of working world do they want to see when they're coming into it and shaping it? So think about the who. Who are we building the next workplace for? And that is something that I think everyone involved in the future of work can get behind. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I am left with so many questions, including the one I wrote down, which is, when they started marketing products to women in the 1890s, did we pay more then too?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think so.
When did that pink tax
Well, you know
start?
what it is? It's suddenly all of these beauty products, all these things. We can talk about the history of deodorant. I mean, yes. All these new products that you never thought you needed now become possible.
Well, thank you very, very
Yes.
much. I realized that new world problems. I left my mask up here, I think, yes. Thank you to the GeekWire Summit for giving me one that never actually came out of my bag. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I hope that you all see why I was so excited to have her present and join us today. So I want to invite up to the stage our next panel, our economic development panel, director of the Washington State Department of Commerce, who I served with when I was in the House, and she led the state Senate. Lisa Brown, Chris Mefford, Brian Surratt, Marty Dickinson is going to join us we are modeling the future of work. So Chris and Brian and Lisa are with us today, and there is Marty on the screen. And Chris, you should have a clicker, and so that you can advance your slides. And I will leave it to you, Senator, Director, Doctor, to take it away.
Thank you, Laura, and this was great to see you all in person and to know that there are many more out there joining us virtually. I am pleased that our panel comes right after that keynote, because I think we will be able to touch on some similar themes and give a slightly different frame, economic activity, economic frame to some of the same concepts that Dr. Amaro focused on. And it was really interesting for me to hear her say that the line, whoever said it first, that history rhymes. In economics, I think we tend to think somewhat similarly about things being cyclical. So what goes up comes down, et cetera. And yet there are these inflection points, and I think we all know that that's where we are right now, and it's going to be fun to spend the next little less than an hour talking with you about that. And we're going to do it in a way where Chris is going to kick us off with a little bit of background data, and then the others of us, Brian and Marty and I, will pitch in from our experience on what some of these trends are, if they're short-term, if they're permanent or long-term, and possibly even touch on some policy ideas on how to respond to them. So Chris, take it away.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Laura, for having us. Great to be here. Really enjoyed hearing Margaret's talk, as I always do. There's so much richness, and she's such a great economic storyteller, and that whole history context is just ever critical. So super, just feel grateful to be in the room for that. I've got just a few slides just to level set some data and current data to prime some more qualitative discussion as we go. Is that all that? Yeah, great. I'm not going to read all this off to you, but it's going to show you where we are. And in fact, I've got several charts and slides that represent the same data and content to try to get an understanding of where we think we are in December of 2021. Unemployment rates, labor force participation rates, and jobs, those are just some metrics. They're important metrics. They're sort of top-level metrics to understand where the economy is. And in every single one of those, of course, there's a big yeah, but, and what about this? And let's unpack that, right? So we won't have time to delve into all those nuances, but to understand at a high level where we think we are is, I think, a useful place to start. This chart accompanies the numbers that were on the slide, and some of those same numbers on that first chart will come back in these. This is a grind phase, and apologies for the metaphor, but it's the bump and grind recovery. That's what it is, right? The decline in jobs was unprecedented with the severity and the steepness when we had to shut down an entire global economy. As Margaret would point out, that's not happened at that abruptness before in dealing with a crisis like that. And so we get a bump back up as soon as we felt some public health confidence, and people felt like the risk they were taking on the public health was worth the economic rewards that came with that, and things started to open up. But you cannot shut down global economies and expect it to start back up in a timely manner. So that's the grind that we're in. We have a problem in policy and interpreting economic data in terms of having a common definition of what is a recovery. Economists generally say that a recovery is when we stop declining. You're either growing or shrinking. But in society, we tend to say, well, what's that benchmark? How do we get back to where we were as we go through these recessions and as we do these recoveries? And I think that sets some false expectations in a lot of cases. The last big recession that we had was really built on false pretenses. We were out over our skis with debt as a society. The housing crisis and all that bubble, that crash, was because we were leveraging too much of our future to begin with. So we really didn't want to get back to that benchmark in any to hurry. And that's what this slide shows, is that these recoveries take a long time to get back to where we are. Every new jobs data that comes out, we end up with, my joke about this is you never see a jobs report that comes out and says, and that's exactly what economists were expecting, right? Every single one, it's higher than economists were expected, or it's lower than economists were expected. Economists are really good at explaining the back history, not really good at all about forecasting what's going to happen next. So that's where we are, starting to work our way back out of this. Unemployment spiked heavily, of course, and is working its way down. Now we're actually in unemployment rate numbers in context that we have seen in recent years, have been a part of this. It's the yeah, but, and where and how, and the different industries and the different mix of how those industries are contributing to that overall unemployment that creates so much complexity that we have to work through. Workers in the labor force is an important piece. I try to get past the percentages so we can see with more numeric context of exactly where we are. This is the unemployed workers in the labor force, and you can see we're working our way back down to a number closer to where we were before the pandemic started, but we're not there yet. Again, some of the same numbers presented in different ways, just to really ground ourselves in where we think we are toward a recovery. That labor force participation rate is important. That's the blue line across the top. We know there are some major disruptions in the labor force. We know child care and getting women back into the workforce has been a real challenge, and it's important for us to focus on. That labor force participation rate, we've been in this range before too. And it was climbing up and up and up, certainly in the 70s and 80s as the demographics changed and more people were working and choosing to be in the labor force. And then it's declined, and the severity of the decline in the past couple of years is what we're trying to overcome right now. I wanted to frame this is savings, because this is one of the metrics that is so dramatically different than we're used to seeing. I have been presenting data on savings and debt for a long time with some of my economic talks, and the story all along had been that saving rates are going down and down and down, and the debt per capita and our comfort level with debt and leveraging ourselves in the future had continued to skyrocket, or not skyrocket, but go up and up over time. And it was a shock. I never thought in my lifetime we'd see saving rates spike in the way that it has. And it's rational as can be within all of our lived experiences. We didn't have places to spend as much money as we had. If you had income, if you were fortunate enough not to lose your source of income during the pandemic, you simply had fewer places to put it. And that's why you see more money going into the consumer goods. That's why the service industries, the hospitality, the tourism, the visitation industries hurt so poorly, because the pandemic shut those down. And all those contributed to higher savings rate. Stimulus packages contributed to higher savings rates too. And those are grossly inefficient tools at the federal level, and that's the cost of doing business at the federal level to help with that. Super necessary investments to save the economy, but with that comes some unintended consequences such as this. That savings rates feeds into some of the labor force shortages that we're having, in addition to some of the slides that Margaret showed earlier. These things, there's not one complete explanatory variable, but this is an important part of it that I wanted to make sure we touched on. And finally, just overall, where we think we are worldwide with the recovery, we see the decline in gross domestic product, again, an imperfect measure, but one of the better ones we have at a macro level. We saw a steep rebound in 2020. We'll see, steep rebound this year in 2021. We expect a continued growth in 2022. And those things are important. Those will, the means will revert, or the data will revert back to the means as we move forward, right? So some of the stuff we're going to talk about is what's real, what's going to stick, what's volatile, and this is one of those volatile metrics that we'll see how it plays out. That's my warm-up for you.
One of the things we want to do is break this down a little bit, because we know that our state itself is diverse and complex, and the regional realities vary. And so I think I'll turn first to Marty and then to Brian. Marty more with an east of the mountains perspective, and then to Brian. So Marty, please briefly introduce yourself and give us a perspective on how you see what's happening from especially your vantage point in the financial industry and as a civic leader in Spokane.
Well, thank you, Lisa, and thanks to everybody there in the room and on the call today. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the summit here. I'm Marty Dickinson. My day job is I am the Chief Marketing Officer for STCU here in Spokane, Washington. I have a couple other gigs that I do, which is I'm the Board of Regents Chair for Washington State University. And I'm also the chair of the Public Facilities District here in Spokane, Washington. So I kind of wear a lot of different hats, and have been in the world of leadership and civic engagement for quite a long time on this side of the state, but have known and worked with the Technology Alliance throughout the years as well. So I appreciate the topic today of future of work. I think that everybody is trying to kind of solve this, what that's going to be, and for people like myself and probably many of those in the room, like you want to provide certainty, you want to provide solutions, and I think we're in this really interesting grind phase that you actually can't do that because everything is just changing on kind of a daily basis. What we have seen in the financial sector is, we were hoping to accelerate the access to digital, if you will, as to how you do your finances. We were hoping we would really be on this trajectory of less bricks and mortar and more digital interaction with our members, and that we thought it would take us probably about 5 years to kind of get to this optimum level. Well, it took 18 months, and we got there in a hurry. And now we are in this interesting phase of kind of what's next and how do we meet the needs of our members. And that is becoming really interesting because I think the single biggest thing from Washington State University as well as STCU is how do we provide services to our rural communities. I mean, we take advantage of living in some of our urban centers, if you will, but for access to broadband, for everything, for a job, for schooling, for women in particular that want to be able to have the balance of working from home, but also navigating what it means to have children in today's age. We need broadband, and our rural communities just simply don't have it. And it is a really significant challenge that STCU is diving deep into. And as we look to talk about policy, what can we be doing as a state to really recognize and prioritize, which I know is occurring, around how we deliver this, how we create greater access, because future of work doesn't matter if there's no access. And we have talented and crazy smart and innovative people sitting in our rural communities, more so than ever before, because I believe we've had a mass exit of folks that don't want to sit in the urban centers, in particular during this pandemic. And we have seen this growth in Eastern Washington from the West Side and California and several other places in a way that we've never, ever experienced. And yet we still have this conundrum of access that has to be addressed as we go forward.
Thanks, Marty. And now for a perspective from the other side of the state.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It's really great to be here, and it's so great to see so many friends in person again, and not behind a screen. And the cliche that I keep hearing from as we emerge from the multiple crises that we've had is that it's accelerated some long-term trends that we all have been seeing, and this just sparked it. And this has been a really dynamic forcing function for how we think about our economy, who participates in our economy. One great thing about the Puget Sound region, Seattle, the remarkable diversity of its economy has remained resilient. And I think that's something that we should never lose sight of. The range of industries that have been able to survive this period, and in some cases really explode. I got to see it, my good friend Mark Cummings from Life Science Washington. This is I feel like the life science community is entering a really new golden age, a dynamic age, frankly, where we're seeing massive amounts of new investment, promising companies really pushing the envelope on discoveries and therapeutics. On the flip side of that, and this is a conversation I think everyone in this room has had around who participates in that, right? And we talk about the persistent wealth gap that we see in our community, and for me, those who know me, I never like binary things. I always feel like there's always a path forward. I think there's something about Seattle and this region, our progressive pragmatism around how do we move, how do we really push, how do we make sure that these companies, these entrepreneurs not only prosper, but also that every single member of our community has access to that economy. And there's so many pressures out there. This morning, my organization, we recently just announced a partnership with Amazon, focusing on supporting Black developers, housing developers who are interested in affordable housing. So when we start thinking about the context of American capitalism, right, like so much of our wealth is tied into our homes, tied into real estate, and the big question in the region that we had around our affordable housing crisis and who's at the table, who's really helping address some of the questions around displacement and gentrification, we have to have more representation in real estate. And so that was the starting point and the thesis behind our partnership with Amazon that we're rolling out today. But I think that shines a light at how this community, from big tech players to community folks, can really find solutions. It's like, okay, we're going to continue prospering. We're going to continue supporting entrepreneurs because there's something really strong about our economic foundations here. And at the same time, we've got the resources, we've got the spirit to make sure that folks in Skyway, folks in Tacoma, folks in the central area have access to that really strong and dynamic economy.
thank you for bringing that piece up, and I'll put in a plug. Commerce has an economic recovery dashboard that we have been maintaining since the beginning of the pandemic to break down some of the trends by region and by industry and sector and subsector. So take a look at it if you want to see some of the interesting things happening within particular arenas, as Chris and others alluded to, for example, in hospitality or in tech. And one of the interesting things we added to it was a county-by-county breakdown of the data where it's available. And we also added a piece around support programs in the state. And just to give you a sense of that, right now, and this has come down since the peak of the pandemic, but it's still a rather high number, 8% of the population in King and Snohomish County qualify for our state food assistance program. And that number is actually double digit, over 20% in Grays Harbor and Okanogan County. So the consequences of how we do this, I think, has implications for us being able to narrow those disparities and the other important disparities that you refer to in home ownership. And we at Commerce also are participating in a study the legislature gave us to bring them recommendations on how to reduce those disparities in home ownership. Now I'm going to ask everybody to, I have a sense that hybrid is here to stay. I'm going to ask you if you agree with that and how it's manifesting itself in the organizations that you are a part of. Who wants to take that one? Chris, you want to start?
Sure, happy to. Yes, hybrid is here to stay. I agree with that. And as a math guy, there's a broad distribution within hybrid, right? I appreciated Dr. O'Mara's slide about the 1980s when the personal computers and the newspaper article from the Washington Post, and then showing we were still working in the workplace in spite of that observation then that we can work from home. I think what's different in 2020 and 2021 is the communication gap that's been bridged with technology, right? And so now we can question whether we need to be anywhere in person if we can accommodate that communication gap. And that's a broad, rich mix of things. There's some conferences we're super glad to see our friends in the same room together. I'm really grateful for that. And there's other conferences we say, you know what, I think a Zoom call would do, right? It just depends on the content and what that interaction looks like as to what that feels like. I do think hybrid is here to stay. I think the workers are really happy for that, right? And how we accommodate that is super complex. I think there's a big business and a little bit business difference in that regard. And small businesses need big businesses more than anything. And what happens with the large employers, I think, will also drive a lot of these trends in terms of how the rest of us react.
Yeah, no, I think, like I said earlier, the trends that we had seen, this has been exacerbated by this pandemic. It has forced us to really look at different modes for coming to work. And I do agree, it's at some form, hybrid is here to stay. That being said, at the start of this pandemic, there was that phrase, essential worker. Like, what does that mean? Who is an essential worker? And frankly, there's going to be another equity gap when we talk about, I'm not going to presume, here, but I'm presuming anyway that most of us have that flexibility to work from home if we needed to. But there's a lot of people out there, the essential workers, who did not have that flexibility to work from home. And so the question becomes, as from policymakers, from organizational efforts, like, what do we do to make sure that essential workers, that we get some definition around that? Like, what are some bottom line, baseline support services to ensure that that category of worker is better understood and better supported, and recognizing that some folks just will never have that level of flexibility to work from home.
That's a great point. Marty, thank you for bringing up broadband. Let's add childcare into that mix as something that's essential for workers that are navigating this balance between home and work and whatever hybrid means. And what are your observations on how the hybrid nature of work is going to go forward?
Well, I really appreciate the comments around essential workers because we have those. We operate, multiple branches, and people want access to their money, and they want to know that they can walk into a branch and someone's going to be there. And in times of crisis, it becomes even more important. And so we're trying to figure out not only the essential worker that actually physically has to show up to work each day, but also we have essential workers that are part of our call center, so they're working from home, but they're incredibly essential, but they need childcare, flexibility, they need assistance. And so STCU is really looking at, okay, how do we create our own mechanism for childcare as an employer? That is not just your 7:30 in the morning that you can drop your child off and you better be getting them by 6 o'clock or you're not getting them back out, I guess. I never understood that as a mother of like, what happens if I don't get there on time? To be able to pick up my kids when I'm running around crazy. But we're trying to figure out what is those, do we need to be providing childcare as an employer for our employees that might get the hybrid option and the gift of working from home, so to speak, and the flexibility of that, but they still need help. They still need a place to be able to perhaps have their child be, do some after school homework and a tutor with that, or just basic childcare. And can STCU perhaps be a provider of that in different locations that maybe it's from 6 in the morning until 10 o'clock at night, because some people are working right from 5 to 10 and they need the flexibility to be able to say, hey, I just need a drop off here, or I need access or assistance. So that's one thing, Lisa, we are really looking as an employer to providing our own employees a benefit of childcare, but we're going to need help from a policy standpoint from the state on how we do that. And some flexibility and some breathing room, because there's some pretty significant things you have to do to be deemed as a childcare provider, as you well know. And then again, we serve rural markets. We're in Othello, we are in Omak, we are in Brewster, Washington, we're in Republic, Washington. And so again, for our employees to have the ability to be hybrid, they need access to broadband. And just because, we're STCU, it doesn't mean that, oh, that's great. We're opening a call center, a bilingual call center in Othello right now. And we're struggling around truly being able to provide the right broadband to support the needs of what our members are going to need and what our employees are doing. So we're investing, we're trying to find the partners in these different markets that need help and trying to figure out how we, elevate and lift up what each community individual need looks like, and identifying that on a map so that we can work with other organizations like Inovia and AWB and others who are trying to figure out then again from a policy standpoint, where are the hot spots in our state that really need focus in this area?
Well, and thank you, Laura, for having a whole session on that this afternoon. So looking at that whole issue of digital equity, I think that's right on target. I'm going to ask one other kind of question that we'll answer quickly, and then we can turn to some audience interaction. At the same time that we have a focus on how tech is transforming industries and our largest corporations, I am sensing with the Great Resignation, whether it's overplayed or not, a lot of people who don't want to return to a big organization, and entrepreneurship and smaller individual-owned or gig economy workers in the creative sector seems to be a phenomenon that's occurring. The maker economy of small making and craft, whether it's distilleries and breweries and wineries or food products, et cetera. So what are people thinking about the significance of entrepreneurship and the focus on the entrepreneur and the small business?
I'll jump in there. It's always important. It's an important part of the economy. However, I want to create awareness that most entrepreneurs come from an established, if not a big business. Right? If you look at the tech diversity we have in this region, you go back to the late 1990s when so much talent left Microsoft and started so many companies that led to the first dot-com boom. So I want to just make sure we appreciate our large employers as the nurturer of that workforce and that talent base, which then feeds into entrepreneurs, which absolutely is a critical part of our regional economy.
You know, I think, again, I'm going to keep hitting this whole thing around the pandemic has forced so many of us to rethink everything. You know, it was a global trauma. It was a global trauma. And one of the graphs that Chris displayed where you saw that dip, you know, if you read that on the EKG chart, you would know that something bad has happened. And everybody has been asking themselves, who am I? What am I? How am I going to go about my day? And the minute the Zoom or Microsoft Teams came into our home, that the sacred separation between work and home was gone forever, right? And so I think even my own personal example, you know, I left a very good company in the life, you know, working, you know, supporting the life science community to come in for a social enterprise because I had to ask that same question. Okay, where do I want to be spending my time in the midst of all of this? Another hat that I wear, I'm a trustee on the Seattle Colleges District, and you know, every community college is experiencing dramatic enrollment declines across the board. But I think what makes this different, normally, historically speaking, during recessions, you see enrollments pick up in community. Not this time. Not this time. And I don't know, I don't have a theory on why, but something is happening with folks who are like, hey, where am I fitting into this economy? What does this economy look like going forward? I think there are some big questions that I think collectively we're going to have to answer and ask.
Do you want to respond, Marty, before we take questions?
Yeah, I would just say from a financing perspective, I appreciate the comment that, you know, there's a place for large employers and because that large employer base, there's community giving, there's things that go on, right, with that large employers like STCU who go and fund $500,000 worth of hotspots for school buses and kids and places that our community or our east side of our state need access to. But we are trying to evolve, and we have, I think the financial sector and the industry needs to really, I love the comment of the nurturer of the talent base. How are we going to be the nurturer of financial access to support kind of the maker economy, the creative economy? We're moving out of the traditional bricks and mortar of, you know, C&I type real estate things. And how do we do that better? How do we be willing and understand the risks involved in that? And how do we create access to financial capital for these small businesses that don't necessarily fit the, you know, quote unquote typical model? And I think the credit union space is a really good place to try to learn and do some evolution and test opportunities in this space. And I know STCU is looking at that, and I'm going to steal the, how do we be the nurturer of the financial component for this economy?
That's a great point. How about some questions or comments from the audience? Go ahead, Randy. I love being in a room where like I know I can call on somebody. I feel like I'm back at the classroom again. It's great.
I'm Randy Hodgins with the University of Washington. So the New York Times had an interesting story this morning about what's happening in the Detroit public school system, that in order to retain teachers, they need to give them Fridays off. And we all know what happened here in central Puget Sound the day after Veterans Day with Seattle and Bellevue. There just weren't enough people to teach. So we've been living with the 40-hour, 5-day work week for over a century. Margaret's still here, she's gone. I think it was in the early 1900s. So instead of talking a little, I'd like to hear your thoughts not just about hybrid work, but what about the amount of work? When will we, or are we beginning to see the beginnings of a 4-day work week as opposed to the traditional 5-day work week?
Well, I'll answer sort of a big picture level in my view. It comes down, in my judgment, how we gauge quality of life, right? And it ties into the motivation to work. I think for most people, you're on two dimensions of working. We are either working for fulfillment or compensation, and any combination therein, right? Teachers have been asked for too long altruistically to give of themselves for the fulfillment component while we've been holding them down on compensation. So now we're in this situation where, per Margaret's story, is like these crises give people a moment to say enough. I want to change this. And I think too much our quality of life metrics are in all the consumerism side of things that make people feel like they need to stick in whatever compensation they can earn. So we need to figure out a way to disrupt all that to rebalance compensation. We talk a lot about a living wage, right? In this region, I would wager that right now, in 2021, a good number is closer to $60,000. It used to be kind of in the mid-50s, but given the way it's kind of running up there. So we talk about a minimum wage of $15 an hour, which doesn't come anywhere near that number, right? So how we feed all that in, factor in concerns about inflation, like, well, yeah, maybe you don't need to buy quite so much. Maybe we don't need to complain about consumer inflation. Maybe we need to just readjust what we're thinking about quality of life, and then how to help families that are underneath that, what that living wage is, how to get employers to own that obligation and to make it all fit together. But that's the altitude that I am at on those conversations.
I think your question is spot on, because compensation is not just the paycheck. It is also flexibility, autonomy, when to do your work, and how much time you get off. We have a new concept now that we're talking about at Commerce, which we're calling off for the management, executive leadership level, and actually promoting it for all, because there's work that's waiting for you every time you pick up your phone. And so what we've asked people to do is to take some time off and actually disconnect from the organization. Delegate your responsibilities first, please, and make it clear how someone can reach the organization and get their needs met. But still take that time off, because honestly, I feel doing that as an employer is key to retaining my talented workforce during a time when so much is being asked of us. It's all good stuff, by the way, by the legislature, but we're being asked to do things at a whole level higher than we were pre-pandemic, and thinking about how that's going to work for teachers and workers across the spectrum, I think, is going to be an important part of the future dimension of retaining talent and recruiting people to work. Another
Lisa,
question? Go ahead, Marty.
Well, I was just going to insert there too. I mean, speaking for myself and for my marketing team, that's a very creative group of people. And, I don't need somebody working the 40-hour week, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, to help me come up with a different brand strategy or a new ad concept. That can be done at 10:30 at night. And so we have been working to move away where we've determined there are 2 days a week that we all agree to be kind of online, working together and being available from the hours of 8 to 5. And then the other remaining 3 days, because of the nature of who I've hired, the age of them, quite frankly, and what they're juggling, if their work is getting done and they're working from getting online at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and working until 9 o'clock at night, because that's what works for them, I'm okay with that. And we have as long as I understand that, so I know when to communicate with them, it works. And it's kind of been a really fun thing, but it's a recruitment and a retention. I have been able to access 2 really phenomenal creative design people because of that flexibility and approach.
Other questions or comments? Yes, somebody back here.
Can we, come on over to the mic so the folks at home, we can't forget about the folks at home.
Hi, Terry Lundeen with Coughlin Porter Lundeen. I'm in the building design world, and wanted to speak to remote work and some of the comments that about that in the past management systems were based on being in person, and we want to go back to our old ways of doing things because that's what we understand. Our firm has found remarkably, surprised us, that we are more efficient and our financial picture is brighter remote. We get the work done very efficiently. We have about 100 people. But what we haven't had happen is mentoring, learning, creativity, sharing of ideas. And, if we were cold hard managers, we would say, let's just keep doing this remote thing. It's great. But our staff, and especially our younger staff, really wants to be back in the office to learn, to communicate with other people, to interact, so that's driven us to a hybrid model at this point. But I don't think, at least in our world, remote is viable in the long term. Any comments?
Yeah, I'll say that we're the same place. Most of Commerce's work can technically be done at home, but we're building in collaboration days for teams and for the whole agency so that, for example, new workers have a chance to meet people. We think that job mobility is fostered by face-to-face conversations and being part of in-person conversations. It's harder, especially for new people, to access the culture of the organization and to interject themselves into conversations with the Teams or Zoom. And so we're doing a mix of both of those. Any other comments?
Yeah, just I think your point's very well taken, and you know, as Chris noted, like there's a spectrum within that hybrid workplace, right? And I remember at the early days of the pandemic, everyone wanted a hot take. It's like, oh, downtowns are dead, office is dead. Like, it's like, whoa, time out. This is not the first pandemic that humanity has ever had. We figure it out, because at the end of the day, we're social creatures, and we need that. And I think your point around younger workers are so important, especially given how transient our labor market is. For better or for worse, the workplace is an important institution for folks, you know, for that social connection, to help them think about what is the next step in their career and their future, and building that network. You can't build a network if you're in your apartment looking at a screen. And so that's why I fundamentally believe the office space will not go away, because it is that central gathering place, and employers are going to have to be creative and figure out what is that balance. And then every company, every industry is different. You know, when I was working with Alexander Real Estate, you know, we build facilities for life science companies. Like, you know, you can't put a lab in your garage, you know, and so you have to have that physical place where you bring scientists and researchers in to do that work. And so and we'll find that, I just believe that we'll find that balance as a community.
Thank you.
So I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and ask a question, which is, for decades, the model of economic development has been to attract companies. We saw that just before the pandemic with the race for HQ2 for Amazon. And obviously for manufacturing, for life sciences, having headquarters, having companies in your town does attract workers. But with the hybrid model, how much is that model of economic development tools not dead, but what is the balance, and what's going to take its place?
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I believe a framework for economic development is unchanged, which is to be a good place first and foremost. And no matter what community you are across the state of Washington, be a good place to live, work, and play. Second, take care of what you got. Take care of your workers you got and the businesses that you have. And then third, go after what you want. And it's not linear or chronological, but it's certainly foundational to be a good place for all people to thrive in your community. Take care of what you got. And then there is a role for going after what you want. Be intentional about the kind of economy and the kind of community that you want to be. In Washington, we tend to take that for granted, and that's the other organization that I lead, as most of you know. That's what Greater Seattle Partners, that's what our mission is for there. It's sized, I think we can invest more in that business and traction to go after what we want. This is the land of growth management in Washington State, right? We tend to take growth for granted and as an input, but let's be intentional and go after the type of growth that we want, and then drive that with inclusive and equitable growth.
And at Commerce, we're taking the approach at looking at the regions of the state and the communities and their visions for their future, as well as each industry sector, and what can we do as the public sector to help them stay on the cutting edge of that sector. So we have an industry cluster accelerator program that's all about helping tech or maritime or life sciences build collective impact organizations that can help them stay on the innovative edge and build out their industry throughout the state. At the same time, we need to look at each region What are their barriers? What are their opportunities? What is their vision? Northeast Washington doesn't want to be just an extractive economy. They want to also look at food product processes that are beyond just the extraction part. They have recreation and outdoor activities. If we can nurture, I think, having the base of high-speed broadband and eliminating the child care deserts in our state as kind of a base for everyone, that everyone deserves, no matter where you live, then I think each community and regional economy can build on that, on their vision.
There's one thing we haven't said yet that I'll just quickly make sure we get out there, is affordable housing. And that I can tell you on a nationwide basis right now, that will even things out. As much as technology, as much as everything else, people will move to where they can afford more housing for a better quality of life. And this region needs to build more housing to keep that from happening if we don't want that to happen.
One quick question. I think we're almost out of time, but let's do it.
Great, thank you. I'm Reed Saras. I work on public benefit projects at McKinsey. And we were considering, when I launched a nonprofit many years ago called Equal Opportunity School, 70 people, pressure to go remote before the pandemic. I dove into the academic research on it and came across a number of the dangers and downsides, which is that it actually significantly increases conflict. It's much easier to have conflict with people from behind a keyboard, behind a screen, turn them off at the end of the meeting, don't run into them in the hall. And I wanted to get people's thoughts on that because at a high point of segregation in our schools, post-Brown v. Board, residential segregation, segregation of news sources and information polarization in our country, the only thing in the research shown to really overcome that is coming together with others in common purpose. And the workplace seems like one of the last places we have that. So interested in people's thoughts on that.
I agree 100%. Our country, I feel like over the years have steady lost truly democratic institutions that brought different communities together. I'm a military brat. My father, 30 years in the military, that brought people together. He was drafted to go to Vietnam. That forcibly brought people together. The public school system is another place where supposedly you're bringing people together across racial lines, social economic lines. We've lost a lot of those institutions that bring people together. And it was so fun. I would joke with my daughter. She's starting high school this year, but she spent obviously last year under the Zoom world of school. And I was joking with her, saying, "Why are all your classmates' videos off? They're all off. Like, where's the interview? You're just listening to your teacher just talk, and there's no interaction." She's like, "Well, I don't want to look at myself, and I don't want to look at." It's like, and I felt so bad for her about that really important socialization. And to your point, how to deal with conflict, how to see people from other walks of life, and I'm just glad she's back in school and trying to catch up for not so. I don't want to be dramatic, a year loss, but there was an impact. There was an impact.
Marty, did you want to answer that one too? Oh, we have another question here.
Yeah.
And then I think we're going to get the hook.
So Chris Larson with Equity in Education, and so we work around a lot equitable access to our underserved communities and our immigrant communities. And it's great hearing all the responses, especially I just heard a gentleman talk about the younger generation needing to be in the office, which is something that we've definitely seen. But then we also have seen the older generation that are looking like they're preferring to be out of the office, especially when they have families and whatnot. And of course, with all these struggles of I-5, it makes a huge benefit. But the problem is that we're seeing is in a lot of our communities that they don't have equitable access to internet. In other words, they may have access available, but they just can't afford it. And so we've been working with UW and other community organizations to develop community-based broadbands that is ran and owned by the community. And one prime example is we're taking this over to Eastern Washington, to Ephrata area, because even one of our employee, they can't get high-speed broadband to their house, but we can build out a community broadband that gets them 100 megabit to their home. And it benefits everybody within that community that can use that network. So how do we get more involvement so people are looking at these community networks that aren't profit-driven by corporations?
I'm going to take the leeway as the moderator to say, please come to the last session of the day because our Director of Digital Equity, Ernie Rasmussen, and there's a couple of other people on a panel to talk specifically about that topic. And I think you are absolutely correct that this needs to be community-based. That's why we've supported a concept called the BAT team, which are broadband access teams in different communities and counties. So because we've run out of time, this has been great. Thank you so much to all of our participants and our audience members, and looking forward to digging deeper on the broadband issue later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you all. And as Brian mentioned, it is good to be able to talk and network. And so that's what we're going to do now is take about 15 minutes. There's snacks, food in the other room. Please eat, drink, be merry, exchange business cards, and come back just before 11 because it's so great that our sessions are flowing into each other. There's been a lot of talk about workforce and higher ed, and that's who we'll hear from next. So get some food. students. So in your bright yellow folders, you have a complete list of everybody's bios if you want to find out more about who is speaking to us. I want to thank everybody. I was looking around the room. Thank you so much in the morning session for your 100% mask compliance. And I'll just do a quick reminder for those in the room as you finish up your snacks to replace your mask. And if you forget, one of us or your neighbor may gently remind you. And to everybody at home, we're back. So let's get going with no further ado.
Okay. Thanks, Laura. I'm Dave Thurman. I'm Dean and CEO of Northeastern University here in Seattle. And thanks, everybody, for being here today. Is this thing working? You guys hear me? Okay. We'll get to introductions in a minute. First, I want to talk a little bit about the purpose of this session. When we were kind of kicking this idea around in a Technology Alliance planning session, someone pointed out that higher ed institutions are in sort of a unique position because they are both employers and educators. Higher ed employs hundreds of thousands of people across the state and educates that many as well. So we're kind of uniquely situated to look at these changes in the future of work and think about both how it affects us as an organization and how it affects us in terms of how we educate future workers. So we certainly experienced both sets of challenges during the pandemic, seeing changes in how we managed our workforce and moving a lot of our workers remotely, as well as figuring out how to educate students via remote learning. And as Laura highlighted earlier, the pandemic sort of magnified factors that were already in play, forcing us to contemplate flexible work, flexible instruction modalities, remote advising, remote counseling, and a host of other changes in both the classroom and the office. And if the pandemic had been measured in weeks instead of months and years, we probably would have just adapted back to the way things were before, but it wasn't, and people realized that they liked working from home, or they didn't. They liked having more flexibility in their schedule for sure, but that they also suffered because there weren't good boundaries between work and home. And the same is true for students, that the time between when they were in class and when they weren't was blurred a little bit more. Productivity soared in many cases. We heard about that earlier. Creativity plummeted. Maybe the opposite for some people. I'm sure the experience is individualized to every one of us, and we all had slightly different experiences. But I think the question is, what did we learn from this, right? And what are we learning from the pandemic, and how does it cause us to think differently about higher education in the future? What skills do our learners need to have as they go into a workforce that's maybe more flexible, less directly interactive, more autonomous? And how do we as educators need to change what we do in the classroom or outside the classroom to better prepare them for that career in the future? With me today are three leaders from the state's largest higher ed institutions. Immediately next to me is Dr. Elizabeth Chilton. She is the Provost and Executive Vice President at Washington State University, as well as the Chancellor Designate for Washington State University Pullman, a role she'll assume in January. Dr. Chilton is a professor of anthropology and served in numerous higher education leadership roles at the University of Massachusetts and SUNY Binghamton before joining Washington State University in May of 2020. Thanks for being here. Next to her is Dr. Annamarie Kause, President of the University of Washington. Dr. Kause is a professor of psychology who previously served as the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences and as Provost at University of Washington before being appointed as its 33rd President in 2015. Thanks for being here. And I think everybody in the room knows former Governor Gary Locke, who is the interim president at Bellevue College, the largest of the state's community and technical colleges. Gary was governor of Washington from 1997 to 2005, then served for 6 years in the Obama administration, first as Secretary of Commerce, then as ambassador to China, and he assumed the role of interim president at Bellevue in June of 2020 to bring his experience and history of innovation to that institution. So we're glad to have you here as well. So higher education and the future of work. And I think the opening question, maybe I'll start with you, Annamarie, is how do we think about higher education needing to change in response to everything we're hearing about the future of work, about different work modalities, about hybrid versus and just the changes that are coming in? How do we change as higher educators?
Well, I think think that, that it's important to point out, we're all focused on the pandemic now, and it was fabulous to have Margaret O'Mara give us, the big picture. Higher education was changing, and we were becoming more digital, and that was happening well before the pandemic. As she was talking, I was thinking that I had been asked to speak about diversity at a mayor's conference that Bloomberg put together in Detroit just before the pandemic. And at that point, we were talking about the new industrial revolution because we were talking about robotics, AI, the digital transformation, changing the workplace, and it was already doing that at universities. It was about a decade ago, in fact, when we first started doing the early experiments in flipping the classroom. So for example, our biology, 180 class, now rather than being in one big lecture hall with 799 of your closest friends, this is, one of our largest classes on campus, you actually watch the lectures at home, and then you come in small groups to discuss. This started a decade ago, and actually one of the things that's interesting is an evaluation of that work, which was actually published in Science, pretty good journal, actually showed that it was particularly good for low-income kids because they could watch the lecture, multiple times. And now we've been using flipping the classroom, again, before the pandemic, in a couple of other classrooms, but I want to be clear that flipping the classroom is not the same as having someone teach over Zoom. These are very well curated lectures, pieces, etc. So I think it's important to be clear that we were already moving in this direction. Continuum College, we have about 50,000 students in person. We have twice that many online already before the pandemic. What the pandemic has done is it's kind of kicked it up into high gear. And now all of a sudden there is more. I want to first say that there is no question our students are so happy to be back in person. On the first day of class, a number of instructors were telling me how students clapped at the end of class, and some of them say it wasn't because they were that good, although of course, they're all great. But that the question really isn't. It's how are we going to be combining those things? And because I think it's really important to remember that, particularly in higher education, that we are, and some of you know, I'm a child clinical psychologist. I particularly work with adolescents. We're the space, we're the place where people come to come of age. And so it's not, it is about the education, but it's all those other skills. You all know that in your workplaces, the ability to interact with others, all those life skills, all those interaction skills are critical to work. They're critical to life. How many people have met the loves of their lives on campuses, etc. Sometimes when I say the coming of age, I say, you mean sex, drugs, and rock and roll? And I'm saying, well, where else do you want people to learn about those things? And, it's interesting. What the research tends to suggest about online education is it works really, really well for adult learners or for people who are very clear about what they want. And most of our online degrees are about stacked credentials, they're about master's programs, etc. But for the traditional 18 to 25-year-old who hasn't exactly decided what they want to do, it works somewhat less well. I also think that some of the kinds of topics, for example, I teach abnormal psychology, and in person, students talk about their own mental health struggles, those of family members. They don't want to do that online because they don't know who's watching. So, I do think that there's no question that we're going to see already before the pandemic, the typical student took one course online a year. I think we'll be seeing more of that. But I think there's other ways in which higher education has to change, and I'm going to try and be brief because we have great. One is we have to become more integrated. I think this notion of every major being very separate, the big, complicated, hairy problems that we have in society really need this interdisciplinary collaboration. We have really seen that in the pandemic. It's what has allowed us to be at the forefront so quickly. So we are doing more in terms of our buildings rather than just being, here's going to be the history department, and here's going to be, our newest building is population health, where we're bringing people together from across campuses, more group spaces. People don't need, in our newer buildings, we don't have the big offices where people have thousands of books and filing cabinets, et cetera. We have smaller offices and more spaces for people to get together, because I think we're going to need more reintegration. But the other part that I want to bring up in terms of digital education, and then, I'll go ahead because we have time for questions, is that we really need to look at it in terms of inequities, and not just in terms of broadband, but also a lot of the people that are working at home, if you have a 2-bedroom home with a nice home office, et cetera, that's not the case for a lot of low-income families. One of the things that I think really became very clear, for example, on our campus, about a third of our dorms were full. They were mostly the low-income students because their financial aid covered it, and it was a better place for them to study and work than going home. And, again, some people are, have, as I call it, a Zoom with a view, but there are others that are in a closet, and that became very stark in Zoom, that all of a sudden, you could tell the difference between the wealthy students and the not so wealthy students. And we also have to think about working at home. We are in a country that over the last 2 decades has resegregated. We are more segregated now than we were 20 or 30 years ago. And so what does that mean if people are working at home? So, both in terms of education, et cetera. I'm going to go ahead and I can
We
go on.
will have time for questions later,
right.
so yeah. So Elizabeth, both the University of Washington and Washington State University have a network of campuses, right? Washington State University has 5 campuses across the state in order to bring education to a wider populace. And I think there's like 10,000 students that are enrolled in the network or online at Washington State. And I wonder how this shift to hybrid and the rapid acceleration of technology causes you to think differently about that network in the future and what new programs you might have in the network in the future.
So thank you for that question. We really have 6 campuses because we have an online, what we call our global campus. And we have about 32,000 total students enrolled at our 6 campuses. Interestingly, we saw during the pandemic that our global campus or online campus, as you can imagine, was the only campus that expanded its enrollment dramatically. And our flagship campus out in Pullman with 20,000 students, our enrollment did drop a little bit, but not as much as we had feared. It was our other campuses that in Tri-Cities, in Vancouver, and in Everett, where those campuses primarily serve non-traditional or adult students. That is where we saw the largest drop in enrollment. And I think it is because of the inequities that we're talking about, childcare and elder care responsibilities of the job, taking care of sick family members and loved ones, and access to broadband. And, we did loaner laptops, we did loaner hotspots, we did everything we could, but there are certain inequities that are structural that really did impact. So in terms of, what we take away from this, what we're trying to do is learn from what worked well. As Anamari said, we took some of what we already knew about good pedagogy in moving beyond just Zoom teaching into implementing some of those. But we're also learning what the value of that in-person experience is for first generation, underserved, providing residential campus experience for those who need a place where they can work and get access to both internet and quiet learning spaces. So we're really focusing on, being more flexible. This morning's session, we really talked about how in terms of recruiting workers, if you're going to hire a communications professional, maybe they don't need to be sitting there in your office 8 to 5 Monday to Friday. But if you have someone there who's a counselor for students in your on-campus housing, then you really need to make sure that you're getting high quality people. And so that's really the challenge, is being flexible and taking the good, leaving behind the things that didn't work well.
Yeah, I know we had our own definition of what we considered essential workers, and a lot of them were the student-facing people on campus. Gary, Bellevue College addresses a wide range of learners, from high school students in Running Start to maybe first-gen learners that are working on, getting their associate's or bachelor's degree, to part-time adult learners, lifelong learners that are coming back and are figuring out how to do that around the demands of family and jobs and that sort of thing. And as you think about the changing future of work, how will Bellevue and the other community and technical colleges sort of adjust their approaches to educating that populace?
Well, I want to echo what Anamari talked about, and which is that many of our institutions, most of our institutions, were already already have a strong online presence, and whether it's WSU or UW, and certainly the community colleges. I think even before the pandemic, about 25% of our courses were actually offered online, either completely online, asynchronously, with students from around the world, around the country, to hybrid models. I think going forward, online education is going to be even more part of the curriculum, part of the daily life, perhaps maybe, as Anamari said, certainly in a hybrid fashion. And I think that it's going to be really true in the community technical colleges. Bellevue College, quite frankly, during the pandemic did not suffer a drop in enrollments, and I think it was because of the infusion of high school students who were enrolled in the Running Start program. And that's a program in our state which is unique, where high school students, basically juniors and seniors, can take their high school courses and college courses almost simultaneously, dual credit, so that when they graduate from, let's say, Bellevue High School, even though they're taking their courses at Bellevue College, they can go straight into the University of Washington as a junior. So it really saves their family a lot of money and accelerates their education. So we had a huge increase in that because, quite frankly, if Bellevue High School or Issaquah High School is going to be completely online, why not be online at Bellevue College and get both high school and college credit? Now that the high schools are back in session, our Running Start students dropped, and so a lot of them went back because of the extracurricular activities. The very same, the personal connection, those activities, the socialization that is so important. In our community technical colleges across the state, about 40% work full or part-time, and about 20% have children or have families. So they're trying to squeeze that education in between work and family. So the normal 2-year transfer degree to go to a 4-year school might actually take them 3 or 4 years. We also have a lot at Bellevue College, a lot of bachelor's degree programs. So it may take them 6 years to get that bachelor's degree. So it's really important that our community technical colleges improve the pathway, the journey to get those degrees, that the courses are available at the right times, that the requirements are very, very clear, are not unnecessarily onerous, especially if they're thinking of transferring to a 4-year school. So we need to be in better alignment with the 4-year schools in terms of course requirements, transfer requirements. But I also think that we need to do a much better job meeting the needs of the students. And I think the pandemic and the familiarity of online services gives us that opportunity and that incentive to do so. I mean, you call up Alaska Airlines if you don't, go online to book a flight. You can call up a customer service rep because maybe you got some unique problem. And I do this all the time. I call at midnight, and the first question I ask is, so where did I reach you? The person's in Boise, or they're in Phoenix, Arizona, or they're in Seattle. There's no reason why a lot of our services for students cannot also be in non-traditional hours that meet the needs of the students, especially if they're working students, right? Advising, counseling, and especially because they're working, our courses, whether it's in person or interaction with the instructor, should also meet the needs and the schedules of the students. Saturday morning, discussion, one-on-one discussion, office hours with faculty, 8 p.m. on a Sunday or whatever. So we need to be much more flexible, especially as we try to merge online education with, let's say, discussion groups or interaction with the faculty. The other thing that I think we need to think about is we need to start having more integration and recognition of life experiences, credentialing courses, courses and certificates and education offered by separate employers, whether it's Amazon or Google or Microsoft, along with community technical colleges, and then having those credentials count toward a degree, instead of saying, oh, sorry, you only took a non-credit course at Bellevue College, and even though it's in accounting or in technology or cybersecurity, it wasn't a degree course, granting course, credit course, therefore, you got to take it all over again. That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, one of the things that I like to say is that, we were, or at least I was, the album generation. You had to do everything in a particular order. You had to buy. This is the playlist generation. And they want to grab from here, grab from there, grab from the other, and then, we need to package it and see when it counts. But it's a whole different ballgame.
And especially since now with technology, people can actually get their education, let's say, in Grays Harbor. They don't have to come to the University of Washington or as much. But here's the thing that I really think is that the business community and policymakers need to start thinking about. McKinsey a few years ago said that by the year 2030, 5 to 10% of the world's workforce will be displaced because of AI and robotics. Now that's of the world's workforce. Well, that 5 to 10% is not going to be in the countries like Burma or the Congo or Vietnam, perhaps. So that 5 to 10% worldwide is going to be concentrated in the advanced industrialized nations like the United States, the EU, Korea, whatever, Canada, and so forth. So does that mean that 5 to 10% worldwide in America might be 8 to 13%? So that means 8 to 13% of our workforce by 2030 will have their jobs gone because of AI. So today's worker who's 47, 48 years old, 10 years from now will be 58, 59 years old. So we know that the new economy, the technology creates all these new jobs. But are we going to say to that 58, 59-year-old, go back to the University of Washington or Bellevue College or Grays Harbor Community College and take a course in coding? What are policymakers doing now to prepare for that huge upheaval? And one thought I had is, obviously, education, online education, constant learning and upgrading of skills. But instead of waiting for people to be unemployed and get unemployment insurance benefits and all kinds of worker assistance programs, maybe we should be treating unemployment insurance kind of like a flexible savings account that you can draw on now for some sort of advanced training and upgrading of skills.
Lifelong learning.
Lifelong learning?
Yeah.
The vast majority of our continuum college students are exactly like that. They're not getting degrees. They're taking, basically stackable credentials, 2 classes, 3 classes, all of which are largely related to changes in the workplace.
So maybe it's we need to change our unemployment insurance laws. I mean, right now our state trust fund is kind of in dire straits because of all the unemployment during the pandemic. But assuming it gets back to some sort of fiscal health, I mean, should we be a little bit more innovative instead of waiting for the person to get out of a job, getting unemployment benefits just to put food on the table and pay the rent? Maybe we should be using it, maybe in a public-private partnership with incentives to companies to enable people to get that upgrading, upskilling before they lose the job, so they can be assured of being employed.
That's a good segue to my next question. And you mentioned badges and certificates, stackable credentials, all of that stuff. I think to get there, not only do we need the state's help, we probably need industry's help. And so I'm curious your thoughts on how higher education can better partner with industry, some of whom are giving these certificates, and we need to work with to figure out how we stack their certificates into our degree programs and that sort of thing. But how do we build that partnership in a way that encourages people whose jobs are going to disappear in 10 years to take advantage of that now without losing the role of the university in educating a well-rounded individual? Elizabeth?
Yeah, when the 3 of us put our heads together to brainstorm a little bit before the session, just to stimulate each other's ideas. And one of the things I think we all said in various iterations is that, certainly for the 4-year bachelor's degree, that, I feel really strong, I think Anna Marie said the same thing, that we're really aiming to prepare students for all the twists and turns that they will experience in their lives. I'm teaching a first-year freshman class at WSU this year because I wanted to see our first semester, first-year students. And they believe right now that their life is a straight line. I'm coming in and I'm majoring in X and I'm going to be a Y and that's what I'm going to do. And I said to them, I don't want to freak you out.
It's refreshing, isn't it?
But, you know, I was a math major, and then I was a music major, and then I was a psychology major. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't aim for what your passion is, absolutely. But, and I do think we need to provide them with credentials that they need and skills that they need. But, you know, I still wish Professor O'Mara was here because I'm trained as an archaeologist, so I was going to go back even farther than she was talking about and say that in human evolution, we were hunter-gatherers for most of the past 4 million years. And do you know what humans have always done in times of scarce resources? They become flexible generalists. They do not become specialists when there are scarce resources because you have to be prepared to eat and hunt anything that might be available. And so I think of that 4-year bachelor's as creating well-rounded hunter-gatherers who have skills that they can focus as needed. But you know what? You know, and I have a 20-year-old son who's in college, and I tell him, this is great. You major in what you're passionate about. You aim high. But you also need to write, be able to speak, be able to be financially literate, and be prepared for whatever comes next.
Yeah, I think, you know, that it really is, you know, that we create, you know, our society is doing it in droves right now, these false dichotomies. You know, I mean, are you going to school for a general education, you know, for citizenship, or are you going to school for a career and a job? And the answer is, of course, both. And it's a false dichotomy that it's one or the other. I do think it's really important that as we try and work very hard, and I think we do a very good job in the state, thanks to the legislature and, you know, the financial aid that they provide, to get more working class first generation students into universities. They, in particular, need to understand that there's a job at the end. I mean, I ended up going into clinical psychology instead of developmental psychology because there was no question I needed a job. You know, my parents were not going to be able to take care of me. And that way I thought, well, if I can't get a job in academia, which at that point was scarce, I can do clinical practice. And so it's very important that we make very transparent, and that's something that we're working very hard on in our College of Arts and Sciences, to make very transparent to students how working that term paper and writing that term paper, it's, you know, project management, and, you know, how they can translate and how they can talk about the skills that they get in a liberal arts degree into skills that translate into the workplace, because I really do think first generation students in particular need to understand that they can get a job with a philosophy degree. And so we need to do that work, but the dichotomy is a false one. You know, I like to think of, you know, we look for T-shaped individuals. We want them to be deep in one area, but we also want them to be broad.
Well, and the reality is that people these days, we're gone are the days in which our aunts and uncles and moms and dads worked at one company for 40 years, right? The Boeing company or Weyerhaeuser.
Except for me. 35 years at the University of Washington.
But you've had different experiences within that institution. And the reality is that our kids and today's workers are going to be constantly changing professions. And so it's really important that they have critical thinking skills and have that culture of lifelong learning, so that as technology changes, whether it's in the plumbing industry or carpentry, that they're able to adapt on their own. I mean, when you look at carpentry, gone are the days of using 2x10s and 2x12s. So much as laminated wood and new I-beams and things like that. So how do they adapt? I remember visiting some of our community technical colleges many years ago and visiting students in the automotive shop, and I was always asking, so do we require, or are we really encouraging these students to take English courses and writing courses? We really want a broad-based education so that they can adapt into the future as they go on.
Yes, when I moved to the university, I did bring with me a set of data cards, and I've moved away from that.
Do you still have them? Did you save them for posterity?
You know, I think that in one of our basement moves that they're
They
gone.
got
But
purged.
I do have one of the original laptops that's about that big, and
geez.
I've saved that.
So I want to shift the topic a little bit and talk about the role of education in supporting racial and social justice. One of the things the pandemic brought home for me was just the disproportionate impact on communities of color, and the differences, sort of magnifying the differences between frontline and back office workers. Majority of tech workers were able to sort of flexibly work from home, and yeah, they had a lot of balanced childcare issues and kids learning from home and that sort of thing. But for lower wage frontline workers, that was impossible. They had to go to work, they still had to deal with childcare at home, and as a result, the pandemic has disproportionately affected society across racial lines. So business in general, and the tech industry in particular, talks a lot about wanting to increase the diversity of its workforce, create equity within society, and create fair opportunities. And as we think about the future of higher education, I'm curious your thoughts on what are the key initiatives that we should undertake, and what help do we need from the state and from businesses to launch those initiatives to ensure greater sort of economic equity across society? Elizabeth?
So I think that higher education has a major role to play in both institutional and societal transformation when it comes to issues of racial justice, but equity and inclusion broadly. Really research universities in particular have an opportunity to leverage the power of that scholarship in studying the very issues that we care deeply about. A lot of times institutions of higher ed focus on increasing the diversity of their faculty and staff and students, and that's great. But diversity is really the first step. It's really equity and inclusion and social justice that we're aiming for. So at WSU, we're not alone in this, but we launched an initiative a year and a half ago to hire 5 faculty per year in perpetuity whose scholarship and teaching is focused on racism and social inequality in the Americas. And by bringing 5 new tenure-track faculty onto our campuses every year in perpetuity, as you can imagine, after 5 years, we have about 25 scholars whose teaching, community engagement, outreach, mentoring of students, and it's going to completely transform the curriculum as well. When I did this at a previous institution in our anthropology department, we had an historical archaeologist who studies the African diaspora, and I can tell you that her gender and hip hop class was the most popular general education course in the university. But, she had 350 students in her class every semester, and it really does transform the institutions and then trains the next generation of students who are going out in the world and working in the technology sectors and more broadly. So I think it really has to be that 360-degree view on how we transform society in the end. That's the goal.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, one of the things, believe it or not, I wasn't sure that I wanted this position when I was kind of thrust into it, because, as an interim. And one of the things that I did to kind of get a sense of, how things were going to fit is I launched a race and equity initiative. And, so that we were really well positioned when this came about. Because we had something to build on, and agreed, it has to be everything. Right now, we have had an American Ethnic Studies department. In fact, I've chaired it in the past that focuses on work on race and ethnicity. But we're also looking at, we're in the process right now, our faculty senate is looking at increasing the diversity requirement because we think it really is important. And I think that our notion is that everyone should take a general class that looks at issues of privilege, but then take a class that's focused on diversity that's more related to their field. So for example, in psychology, it might be about, diagnosis, et cetera, et cetera. In engineering, it might be about, how do you build buildings that are more inclusive, et cetera. So that, it really is both looking at at things broadly and deeply. But also, absolutely, the hiring of faculty is absolutely, and I do want to say the positive part, it's that it's positive. Over the last 5 years, before this year, we have increased every year in terms of hiring by about 30%, the number of hires that are underrepresented faculty. And this year, the data is not 100% in, but it looks like about a third of the faculty that we've hired will be faculty from underrepresented backgrounds. And so, people keep on saying they're not out there. They are. You just, it's a question of recruiting. It's a question of giving them a place that they want to go. I think the idea of, do you want to join with other? I remember very distinctly when I was being recruited out here. I was a kid from Miami. And, as my mother said, this is, you're moving as far away from me as you can. At that point, there weren't a lot of Cubans here, although now the Seattle Art Museum, Seattle U, we're everywhere. And so it was, but what really sold me on it is the Department of Psychology had a diversity committee, and those students took me out to lunch, and all of a sudden I could see how I could be here and how I could do my work here. And so, I think that that's a lot of it, is that for a lot of people, they have stereotypes. And actually, you look at our demographics across the state, and they don't look that good. But we have a very deep history in the state in terms of diversity in the governor's position and in terms of Seattle mayors, et cetera. And I think we really have to tell that story. And we've started an initiative to really, as faculty come in, faculty of color and first-generation faculty, of really providing mentorship from day one, because as hard as hiring is, the real issue is retention.
I'd like to just touch upon a slightly different aspect. Obviously, curriculum and trying to expose our students to diversity, inclusion and societal policies, and just increase their awareness. Then, of course, it's the hiring of faculty that can really excite and impart this knowledge to our students. But, Dave, at the beginning, you talked about the role of higher education, both in terms of education and serving students, but also as a major employer. Most of our staffs on our college campuses, who do the grunt work and who, provide the administrative services or keep the grounds clean and provide public safety, they're people of color. And oftentimes they're low-wage workers. And so we have an obligation to our own employees to really promote advancement, career opportunities, education. What can we do to ensure that they have real access to the courses that are offered? Our institutions offer low or no cost tuition to staff, but do they really have the time and the ability to take advantage of those benefits? During the pandemic, it was really tough on our employees who had to be on the campus, either public safety or grounds and maintenance or various, taking care of the dorms and so forth, but they needed childcare. But virtually all child care facilities in the state of Washington were shut down because of the pandemic. So how are they supposed to be able to work and provide for their kids at home? Do they have to rely on relatives or others? And so the burden of this pandemic has really has been hard on lower wage workers who really provide so much of the incredible services on all of our college campuses and in the business sector as well. The buildings, even if they're vacant, they were staffed, maintained, technicians on HVAC systems and security and cleaning, et cetera, typically people of color and low-wage workers who really had to still put out under incredible challenges. And so I think we as an institution have a responsibility that we need to really meet and step up to in terms of giving them lifelong learning opportunities.
Absolutely. And I think that that's also important in terms of when we think about, remote work. Some of our faculty were very reluctant to come back. There was no question. They could teach from home, et cetera. And some of what I talk to them about is the only thing that allows you to work from home is the fact that we have essential workers on campus, you know, keeping the place clean, making sure that your IT works, that you have people in grocery stores that are coming in, et cetera, and you have to think about that holistically. And both the low-wage workers, but also our healthcare workers. I'm very, very concerned about the kind of burnout that we're seeing there. I mean, these are folks who have, I mean, we've all suffered. The trauma of the pandemic has been there for everybody, but it hasn't been the same for everybody.
Right, right. Well, I think we'll take questions from the audience now. Thank you all for your comments. It's a very insightful discussion. Please.
Head to the mic if you have a
Yeah.
question.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Carter. I'm actually the economic development strategist for the city of SeaTac. So welcome everybody to our city.
Thanks for having
As an economic developer, one of the things I just kind of wanted to make a comment or suggestion is that we are responsible, so my practice areas are business retention and expansion and workforce development. And so one of the I guess, suggestions is maybe considering working with economic development professionals in the cities, because what we're responsible for is, you know, retaining and expanding and also attracting businesses to our cities. And just as an example, one of the programs that I developed when I was actually in Auburn was between Green River College and the Auburn High School. It had to do specifically with CTE, but essentially it was a three-part program where we had a forum and we invited all of the businesses from Auburn to come and listen to what the programs were at the colleges. And then after that, we encouraged and we actually arranged tours for them to come to Green River to see the CTE program, et cetera. And then what ended up happening was not only internships where the businesses then were recruiting, you know, the students, but what was really cool was that the businesses, as a specific example, there was a manufacturer that was doing composite work. And in one of the CTE programs, they didn't have any access to composites. And so the students weren't learning the actual skills that businesses needed. And so anyway, you get the gist. So I just wanted to really encourage that because that's kind of what we're charged with. And we could really use some support on that. Thank you.
You know, I just wanted to comment that it's so important, you know, of the 5 physical campuses of WSU, one of the things that we're trying to do is make sure that we're serving the needs of the local constituencies where each of those campuses is located, whether it be the unique student bodies or the surrounding community, industry partners. You know, I think that's really important that we connect our locations to the locales and the people there and work with our economic development professionals to help us figure out how to meet those needs.
And it's something our students want. I mean, they really, you know, I even talk to legislators if they're looking for someone to do an analysis of something. Our students would rather do that, would rather work on a paper that someone's going to read than one that's going to go, you know, on the shelf someplace. So those, you know, I mean, more and more students are looking for, and if we don't create, they create themselves, you know, partnerships where they actually work in industry. Absolutely.
Thanks. Other questions? Emily?
I knew this was going to be a problem. Hi, I'm Emily. I'm the Career Development Advisor at Northeastern, and I'm just wondering if you see, like, with the student debt crisis and just talking about certificate programs in trade school and all these different opportunities for education, do you see that, like, the traditional 4-year model ever going away at all, or if public 4-year institutions will ever go away, just as these different opportunities and the question of whether return on investment for 4-year education.
First of all, the traditional 4-year model is already gone. I mean, most students do not graduate in 4 years anywhere. I mean, like I say, that's very much a private school model. And in many private schools, if you don't, you know, it's like, but if you look at students across the country, that model is already gone. And, you know, we do need to look more creatively. I still think it's worth looking at graduation rates, but much more people are looking at 6 years, 8 years, and I think over time that may even expand. I also think that the debt crisis, it's very important. one of the things, I've been doing a lot of talks virtually at Rotaries, et cetera, because I think it is really, really important. There are students out there and families who pick up newspapers and read about $100,000 worth of debt, et cetera. That is not the case in this state if you go to a public university, period. It is not the case in this state. There are wonderful financial aid our state has done a fabulous job. We at the last Apple Cup in Pullman, which was a much nicer one for us, we talked about we talked about our partnership in terms of, yes, it's possible, and the wonderful financial aid programs that we have. The majority, over 60% of the students at the University of Washington graduate with a bachelor's degree with zero debt. And of those that have debt, on average, it's just a little over $20,000 a year. We have to that isn't the case in every state, but we need to get that message out, because there are students who are not, who in high school are deciding they can't go to college because they don't want debt. And so it really is important to be clear. Now, the other thing is that a lot of the debt is concentrated in graduate and professional degrees. And I think we really have to look at particularly, like, for example, we're in a crisis in nursing. And we need to be partnering with the state, and we need to be partnering with the federal government in terms of loan repayment, et cetera, so that in fact you can go into that areas of critical need. But I think that, again, we need to look at this in a very careful way. I worry a lot about what families, low-income families, are learning when they pick up the paper and hear about debt crisis and how it's scaring them out of higher ed, which in fact is the thing that will create social mobility.
And the other thing, the point that you raised about credentialing and things like that, a lot of these programs, if they're really going to be the future of education, they're not, you can't get financial aid. You're not eligible for financial aid unless it's a credit granting course. And so if it's a certificate, credential for which you don't get credit, and that's the degree model, then you're not eligible for financial aid. So we need to change our policies to reflect the reality of education.
All right, Elizabeth, I'll give you the last word.
I just wanted to say that, I think that 4-year go away to a private college, has not been attainable for most Americans throughout the 20th and 21st century. There's a great book called Shakespeare, Einstein, and the Bottom Line, which I would encourage you to read, because higher ed has been changing for the past, hundreds of years, even in this country. Earlier when we heard Professor O'Mara's talk, I was thinking about how we've been here before too. And that book really talks about how with the economy, higher ed changes with the economy and what's going on in the world. And we will get through this. It will look different in 10 years. I'm an archaeologist, so I won't predict the future, but it will be different. We'll evolve and change.
Well, thank you all. Please join me in thanking our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And as our transportation panelists make their way to the stage, I really do want to underscore what Anamari said about how the debt picture is very different for our undergraduates. I was shocked to learn a year or two ago, and I presume that many of you will be as well, to learn that Washington ranks in the bottom 5 of states for the percentage of high school students who go on to some sort of college. Not the bottom 5%, not the bottom quintile, but the bottom 5. And I don't know why that is. I'm not sure we really know why that is. One might say that might be something the Tech Alliance should take on. But I do wonder if those stories about debt are part of the problem. So Rachel, yes, and and Kent, yes. Why don't you guys come on up? And we've got Roger and Jim. I think during the economic development, we asked if hybrid was here to stay. We are trying to model the future of work as well as just talk about it. So we've got our 2 virtual panelists and our 2 in-person panelists. So why don't you guys take it away?
Great. Thank you so much, Laura. And it's wonderful to see everybody and be here today. I'm really looking forward to the conversation. For a quick introduction, my name is Rachel Smith. I'm the president and CEO of the Seattle Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. I also like to say that I'm recovering from government. I spent about 15 years working for King County Executive Dow Constantine, Sound Transit, and former Mayor Greg Nichols. So know a lot of the sort of government sides of transportation very well. Also really pleased to be joined by Washington State Department of Transportation Secretary Roger Millar. There he is on the screen. Jim Restucci, who is the Washington State Transportation Commissioner, also a Sunnyside City Council member. He also served as mayor for many years, and president and CTO for Access Corporation. And then right here joining me on the stage is Kent Keel. Kent wears many hats. He's the Sound Transit Board Chair. He is the president of the Association of Washington Cities, and he is a University Place City Council member. So really looking forward to the conversation with these great folks today. So before we sort of get just quickly into questions, just a couple of things I'll say to set us up. First, the theme that you're hearing and you'll continue to hear in our conversation is change was coming well before the pandemic. That continues to be true in transportation, and like all things, the pandemic really did speed that up. But that change was coming, and it's been coming in a lot of different ways. First, thinking differently about how we're connecting communities. I'm a transit person, so that's typically how I think about these things. But, the all-day network for transit, not just commuter hours, getting people to and from work, transit dependency, and especially for those essential workers who've continued to work during the pandemic, and, transit to get to recreation and do other things besides just getting to work and getting back home to your families. There's another theme that you just heard from the former panel that's also true here for transportation as well, which is integration. Integration of the systems, whether it's transit systems, highway systems, ferry systems. How do we make that integration seamless so that people can use the transportation system to do all the things that they need to do and not just get to and from work? And then finally, how are we going to fund it all? How are we going to fuel it all? And those are all the questions that we'll be talking about today. So to get us started, Kent, why don't we start with you, and let's just talk a little bit about that change. What have we been seeing in your role, sort of seeing it from a number of different perspectives in use of the system?
Great, thank you. It's good to be here with you all today. The thing about the change that's happened most recently, we've heard it in a lot of the panels. I mean, with the pandemic, at Sound Transit, the ridership just dropped. I mean, it went from a whole lot to almost no one. And it really impacted the way that we had to deliver that service and how we had to pay for that service and all those things. And so that is the biggest thing that we saw. And there are some other things that because of ridership and because of how the patterns changed, there's some things on the back end as far as operationally and all those things that have changed, and we can get into some of that, but that's the biggest thing up front.
Yeah, and I think that is true of probably all of our transit systems have seen that same thing. Roger, why don't you tell us a little bit, sort of same question in terms of the changes that you've seen sort of system-wide?
Well, one thing that's really important to remember, when the pandemic hit, we delivered. The highway system continued to work. We kept the safety rest areas open. We worked with the trucking community to get food to people and to get emergency workers where they needed to go, healthcare workers and the like. We kept the Washington State ferries up and running. We kept the intercity rail up and running, and we worked with transit agencies around the state. So we are an agency that responds to crisis and threats to our assets. And what's different about this particular threat is the asset that it threatens is our team, the greatest asset that we have. And so we've had to, half of our people went home to stay healthy, and they're still at home. And they're very productive. And what's interesting is they like it that way. They all want to go back to the office and see their colleagues, but 75% of them want to commute from home, want to telecommute 3 days or more a week. That is something different. The pandemic showed us the importance of essential workers and really highlighted for us the disparities between those on the team that can go home and those on the team that have to be on the front line. And if you think about that writ large on our economy and our population, that's a huge issue. Everything that we do, we look at through a climate change lens and an equity lens. And the pandemic is a part of a larger crisis and long-standing and long-lasting crisis in the world. The equity issues have been really brought to the forefront with a lot of other things.
And Roger, just to sort of echo the change was coming, I think you had said something like pre-pandemic system usage was 85% other or something like that.
It's the stuff we assume and the facts. Everybody assumes that our highways are packed because people are commuting to and from work. The commute is about 16% of our traffic. 85% of the traffic on the highway is not people commuting from home to work and from work to home. And now with people at home, teleworking, traffic is about 4% below where it was in March of 2020. But the pattern in terms of where the traffic is at different times of day has changed radically because of the pandemic. And it'll be interesting to see if it stays that way. We really have no morning peak anymore. The traffic grows over the day because half the population is working at the kitchen table or the home office, and then they get up mid-morning and they run an errand or go to a meeting. And so how do you respond to that as an agency that deals with automobiles like we do? How do you respond to that as an agency that deals with van pools and buses and ferries, which we do? How do you modify your service model in response to what we've learned from the pandemic and what the pandemic has shown us about the modern work environment and how maybe it's a little different from back when Leave It to Beaver was on the air.
And I think it's similar to the last panel where we talked about sort of knowledge is key, on student debt, for example. Same thing I think here as a transportation system is, yes, we do have commute hours, but that is not exclusively what we're seeing in terms of our transportation usage. So, Jim, your vision is a lot longer. As on the Transportation Commission, you're often looking 15, 20 years out. So, talk to us a little bit about sort of the changes that you've seen and the changes that you are planning for as a commissioner.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and wonderful to be here today, and great to be on this panel with my colleagues. I think one of the things we need to be mindful of is the fact that we fund our transportation system in this state based on the 49.4 cent per gallon gas tax, right? And we know for a fact that by 2035, there's going to be a 50% reduction in that. So I think we need to, when we start looking at the future, 20 years from now, we have to realize that combustion fuel engine vehicles are not the future, right? I mean, the top three have already told us at the Arch 21 conference this year, all three of the big three automotive manufacturers have given us years certain as to when they're going to stop producing combustible engines. I think that's something that we need to be mindful of, in state government. I don't believe that state government's going to drive this. It's going to be commercial industry that drives this. So we need to be prepared for that. That's why the State Transportation Commission has been working for 5 years on a road usage charge program. We ran a pilot for a year, determined whether or not how that would work, including using real money between Oregon and Washington to see how that would work. So I think that's the future. I mean, if you want me to talk about the real future, I think it's Jetsonian, right? I think it's eVTOLs are coming. Electric vertical takeoff and landing craft are coming. I think that's the future of transportation. And the commission has recognized that, the highway of the future is the internet, and therefore transportation dollars need to be used to fund the internet, right? I think that's another thing that we've talked about and made recommendations to the legislature on. So, and then the last thing I would say is, we have to be mindful of the deficits that we have with prevention and maintenance. The commission has traveled around the state and heard from city councils, commissions, regional transportation policy boards that, there's a huge deficit in their maintenance and preservation programs. And we need to be mindful of that because, as Roger will tell you, you can only push that off for so long before now you have to replace the road. And so I think that's a big deal.
That's great. And you hit, Jim, on a couple of things that we want to talk about here in a minute in terms of funding and fueling. But before we get to that, so we sort of identified that change. I think it'd be great to talk a little bit about what changes need to be made to the system to respond to what we're seeing now. And, Roger, you've talked about sort of like mobility on demand and, some of the things that we're seeing transit agencies try, like, getting short rides to transit with using partnerships with Uber and Lyft and Via and things like that. Talk a little bit about the changes as you see what needs to happen over the next few years.
Well, that's a great question, and it gives me a chance to go on a little roll here on some stuff.
Good.
We as an agency have a reputation as being really good at building stuff. And, the bigger the better. The longest bridge in the world, the longest floating bridge in the world, the widest deep bore tunnel in the we do that kind of thing. But what we've done for the people we serve is we've built about $200 billion worth of stuff that we really need to look at our mission as being stewards of that resource as opposed to builders of projects. And we need to recognize, and we all need to recognize, that the solution to every problem is not a wider highway or another interchange or what have you. And that's been the past. The future, to me, as secretary, we need to preserve the asset that we own. Our economy doesn't run on the infrastructure we wish we had. It runs on the infrastructure that's out there right now, and we can't take it for granted that it's going to be there. Look at the Ship Canal Bridge, look at the Vantage Bridge. I hate looking at the Columbia River through the Vantage Bridge deck, but you can do that on occasion, and that's bad. We need to address safety. We talk about the impact of congestion on our economy. It costs the Washington economy about $5 billion a year. Crashes cost the Washington economy over $15 billion a year, but we don't address crashes the way we address congestion. We need to be thinking about how do we get more throughput from the stuff we have. The concrete and steel, it's all out there. The asphalt, how do we move more people, more goods, more services? How do we manage demand for those systems? If 40% of the trips we take every day are less than 5 miles in length, if 30% of the trips we take every day are less than a mile in length, why do we take most of those trips in a car? We take most of those trips in the car because we've designed a system that makes that trip safe for you if you're in the car. But woe be it to you if you're what we call a vulnerable user, which is somebody walking or somebody riding a bicycle. So we need to look at that active transportation infrastructure, not as an amenity, but as a demand management tool that frees up capacity on our highways for the things that need to be out on our highways. And then we need to add capacity. At a local level, we need to add transit capacity. We need to add walking and biking capacity. At a regional level, we need to add public transportation capacity. At a mega regional level, we really need to be talking about high-speed rail in our future.
Great.
Yeah, and I just wanted to jump in. Thanks, Roger, for that. I couldn't agree with you more about your comments. And if I could put my Association of Washington Cities hat on.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you to do. So perfect.
Okay. At this time, this whole deal about infrastructure and maintenance, one of the big things that cities need very much so when it comes to transportation is that those dollars to maintain the streets and the intersections and the lights, traffic lights that are in our cities. I mean, it is difficult, to say the least, for cities to maintain those things because the funds aren't there and the mechanisms to gain access to resources to do that aren't there, and we need to really pay attention to it. And I really like the notion of this also this I call it the last mile kind of a deal where you if I could toggle back to public transportation, where you have folks that are maybe at home and trying to get to, public transportation. Oftentimes, it's not easy. I mean, not every bus stop is right outside your house or train stop or anything. And so typically what people have to do, they end up getting in their car and drive to where the public transportation is, either some big, huge parking garage somewhere. Roger, I know you love that. Or some other place. And so there really needs to be some consideration about how do we address that last mile. And one of the things happened to me on Pierce Transit as well as a commissioner there, we did within Pierce Transit is that we did do that, partner with Lyft and Uber to say, look go to the person's house, pick them up and take them to the bus stop, so they don't have to get their car. And we worked out some things around that. Two other points and I'll stop. I really like the notion, Jim, that you raised, and I wanted to raise it too, is that really looking at technology and broadband and the internet as a part of transportation. I mean, and my background is technology. That's what I do for my day job. And those in that field know that when we talk about networking, we actually talk about, there's something called a transport layer, in technology. And I think that if we were looking toward the future, is that we really need to start looking at that that broadband as a transportation, particularly if we're talking about hybrid and all those kind of things like that. So anyway, I'll stop there.
That's great. And I think, sort of weaving some of that together, part of the challenge is that, we invest heavily in these large pieces of infrastructure, whether it's light rail, whether it's highways, whatever. And we do not invest in connecting people to them, and that's, that is oftentimes either an afterthought or a second thought or, sort of small ball solutions. And I think we need to actually be thinking big about how we connect people to all of that infrastructure that you and Roger and others have built. Jim, sticking with that theme for just a moment, you've said something that I think is excellently provocative, which is that we should be spending transportation dollars on, technology. Talk a little bit more about your sort of thoughts on that and, the other kinds of investments that you think we need to be making to really make the changes to the system that we want to see.
Thank you so much. It actually comes down to two different things that the commission heard over the last couple of years because of COVID. One being the fact that the rural versus urban, the fact that, with kids not being able to attend school, they had to have a virtual way to get to school. And what we found was that, our systems that were in place in urban areas were not the same in rural areas, and that there were not enough dollars to provide the kind of bandwidth solutions that were needed for, a house with 3 kids in it all trying to attend school at the same exact time. That's what we heard from city councils and commissions, in regions throughout the state. And so when the commission looked at it, we said, if you think about it, in the future, you travel right now on the internet to go places, right? You actually get a feel of where you're going before you go there. So it's not really a big step for us to think that, the internet is the highway of the future. I mean, it's been called that already. I can't claim that. So I think that's really where the commission saw it. And then when it comes to the rural versus urban, and Roger and I have had this conversation on more than one occasion, we have to be mindful that we cannot fund rural like we fund urban or the same way, that they are two different animals, but that we have to fund them all together. There's 4.1 million miles of rural roadway in the United States, and 45% of all fatalities happen on rural roadways. So it's important for us to be mindful of how we fund the transportation system when we look at it overall in one piece. And so I think adding the internet to that is not a broad reach, if you will.
We will, and I think that's right. And I think so fascinating that that is what you heard from the public, right? That is not something that we, as leaders are pushing for. That is something that's coming into us as leaders. And so I think that's really important. The other thing I would just add to sort of this part of our conversation is, there is a big component here for business as well. And that, means us talking about what the future of work is going to look like, what our expectations of our employees are going to be going forward, how flexibility is being incorporated into talent retention, and that is all evolving as we come out of the pandemic. And I think how that evolves is it necessarily needs to be tied to the kinds of investments that we make in our transportation system. And I think the other piece is obviously the land use and sort of downtowns and repurposing buildings. All of that is work in progress, but it's going to need to inform what we decide to do, not just at the local level, but at the regional and state level as well. So let's switch gears just a little bit and talk about funding. And I think, the interesting thing is, and Jim, you talked about the gas tax already, and I think it's, not surprising to anybody in this room that that's not the conversation of the future. And so what is, there's carbon pricing, there's usage charges, there's there's so much out there, plus all the federal dollars that are also coming into communities right now. So Roger, why don't we start with you? I'm sure you have the most to say about it.
Well, sure. The Washington State DOT, we have a $4 billion a year budget. About 12% of our budget is federal money. The rest of the money is raised right here in Washington State, and we spend it here in Washington State. But when you look at our state's transportation system as a whole, as much of it is funded by property tax as is funded by gas tax. And it's funded by sales tax. It's funded by all the different ways we fund government when you look at what cities do and what counties do and what the state. And it's a lot of money. But that $4 billion that we spend every year on the Washington State DOT, Washingtonians get a return on that investment in terms of the economy, quality of life, access to opportunity. What concerns me is the costs of not investing in transportation. We'll talk about how we make that investment, but the cost of not investing, when you look at the combination of congestion and crashes and car repairs because our roads aren't in a state of good repair, and the impact of greenhouse gases on our economy, it's a $25 billion a year drag on Washington's economy. And people complain about the 49.4 cent a gallon gas tax. If you wanted to raise $25 billion a year, you're talking about a gas tax in the range of $6.88 a gallon. That is the cost to Washington families and Washington taxpayers of not making smart investments. Now, the thing about the gas tax, Jim's absolutely right. Fewer gas and diesel powered vehicles, less gas tax being collected. We need to figure out, as we change our propulsion technologies, how are we going to pay for this? People don't like tolls. People don't like congestion pricing. People don't like road user charges. If you ask them, they don't like gas taxes either. People don't like taxes. We have to show people that they're getting a return on their investment, and that alternative to investing, paying for it through sitting stuck in traffic, paying for it through deaths and injuries on the highway, property damage, paying for it through car repairs, and paying for it through the planet warming because of how we do business.
And Kent, you touched on this just a moment ago, sort of at the local level. Do you want to say a little bit more about, sort of what you hear from your colleagues in terms of appetite and need, and what funding options seem like the right ones?
Yeah, thank you for the question. At the local level, cities really, as I did say before, are struggling with paying for roads, and all the things that Roger talked about, sales tax and the like. It is not a good model for us because as we saw during the pandemic, when people stopped buying things, the dollars into the cities and into government went down, and so you couldn't take care of your roads. And so we need to have, I believe, a more stable funding structure for transportation. And as we all know, probably in this room, the state legislature is wrestling with that even at this moment. So much so that, for the last 2 years, they've been talking about having some special session just to talk about transportation funding. And so we've talked with different legislatures about different kinds of ideas. And there are all kinds of ideas, a line list of things. And so it really, in my view, comes down to what is the appetite for the legislature to fix it. I mean, the tools are there, but it's politics, and I can say that I'm a politician, and it is. It's difficult when you start talking about taxes, depending upon who you talk to, and it changes, who's for or against different ideas. But the tools are there in the toolbox in our state, and my hope is that we can all acquiesce around a set of tools that will stabilize the funding for what we need.
Well, here to that. And I think, certainly on behalf of the business community, transportation continues to be the most important issue for us. And, we also want to see those tools and those investments made. So, Jim, just sticking with funding here, again, you've got that 15, 20-year horizon as you look out. What do you think is the future for funding the system?
Oh, good question, right? I don't have all the answers, but I can tell you, Kent brought up a good point, and that is, as a city councilman, when I have to fund a program, I look for sustainable funding, right? So for me, I'll take everybody back here in the room 15, 20 years ago and Kent can tell you too, when we were wrestling with the whole E911 and emergency medical services fees on landlines, right? I mean, the majority of people had a telephone line in their home, and that landline, we had the phone companies collecting a charge in order to pay for those services. But as more and more people dropped their landlines and went to cell phones, we weren't able to collect those taxes anymore. So those programs failed. We had to find another way. And of course, we did find another way going through, a number of large cities went into a legal battle with the cellular phone companies, and we were able to get them to start collecting those fees. And if you look on your cell phone bill today, you see those charges go right to your local city. Whatever city you live in gets those for E911 and for emergency medical services, things of that nature. So I think when we look at the future, we have to come up with a sustainable funding program, right? We need to look at that. If over the next 20 to 30 years, we're going to see a 50% reduction in gas tax, then we've got to come up with an alternative. I think RUC is definitely something that we need to look at, right? I don't know if it's the answer. I've heard a lot of people talk about different ways that we could do it, and I've heard legislators talk about raising the gas tax. We could raise the gas tax another 15 cents or something of that nature, and probably fund a lot of these programs that we want over the next decade, but that's going to be it. At that point, we'll be out of money again. So we've got to come up with a solution that's sustainable for the future. And I believe that's electric vehicles and road usage charging.
Well, let's stick on the electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles for a minute. And Jim, stay with you. What does that system need to look like statewide? I mean, you've talked about how the infrastructure that we have today, you can't even get everywhere you need to go if you have an electric vehicle. So talk a little bit about that sort of fueling the system at the same time as we're funding it.
Well, it really depends on which direction we want to go, right? I mean, right now, the AV Work Group Committee, which I chair for the commission, we have 34 members of the committee, including 4 members of the House and 4 members of the Senate. They met 3 times in 2021, and we have 7 subcommittees, and they met 20 times. And none of us came up with any real answers, obviously. There's a lot more work that needs to be done, but we did hear from 3 pilots, right? We heard from Utah, we heard from Minnesota, and we heard from Michigan. And I believe that's the next step for us, is we need to take a look at running a pilot here in Washington State, an autonomous vehicle pilot, so that we can determine the next steps from there. Because it's all going to depend on what type of roadside infrastructure we need to purchase and things of that nature. And there's a lot of involvement, right? A secure credential management server and solution that needs to be run so that the vehicles can communicate with each other securely. A lot of stuff behind the scenes, a lot of technical stuff, obviously high level technical stuff. that still hasn't been worked out. Increases in technology like, better LiDAR and things of that nature are going to make the systems work better. But at the same time, we're going to have statutes and regulations in place to govern that type of stuff. And I don't think we're going to be able to do that at the state level. I think we're going to need to see a national push on that. And actually, Roger, this is a great segue to you. If I could ask you as Vice President of AASHTO, where do you see the AVs at the national level?
Well, it's a great question. At the national level, electric vehicles and automated transportation are right at the forefront. There's language in the bill. They're calling it the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law now, no longer EJA, but there's language there for pilots. There's language to set up a national advisory committee. People will be working in that space and moving forward. I represent we call ourselves the infrastructure owners and operators in the conversations that are going on with the equipment manufacturers and the tech companies in the intelligent transportation space. I'm chair of the board of ITS America right now, and we're at our national conference talking about just that. But it's not just people driving cars, because a highway clogged with gas and diesel powered vehicles is a mess, but a highway clogged with electric vehicles is a cleaner mess, but a mess nevertheless. And a highway clogged with vehicles being driven by computers the same way. There's just the physics about the space and what we want to do with that space. In the world of automated vehicles, electric vehicles, we have to do that in the context of what are we doing from an equity perspective, providing people with affordable housing and transportation choices. We need to do that from a community planning space. What kind of world do we want to live in? Some of the people that are just like have the tech blinders on are like, great, autonomous vehicles, we won't need parking, so we can put 4 lanes of traffic on the street instead of 2. Well, how about narrowing the street up and providing places for people to walk or people to bike or people to sit outside and have lunch or have a glass of wine at the end of the day? We need to be thinking about, and my whole thing with the technology is we need to harness technology to achieve the societal goals we've identified for ourselves in terms of quality of life and equitable access to that quality of life and economic prosperity and environmental stewardship. We need to harness the technology. You were talking about the advanced aviation stuff earlier in that Jetsons world. In my really happy times, I think about the Jetsons, but I kind of have a dystopia meter, and the Jetsons are on one end, and then you kind of click over to the really bad Star Wars prequels in terms of the sky just full of cars, and then you go to Blade Runner, where just the rich people are in the sky full of cars, and everybody else is down in the steam. And then out at the end of it is Terminator. So just, whatever you do, don't call the new system Skynet, okay?
Great.
That's wonderful, Roger. I love it.
And so I think we'll do one more question and then can open it up to the audience. But my question, same one to all three of you, and I'll answer it first, is sort of like, what's the one thing that is either keeping you up at night or you need answers to, or is the nut you want to crack as you think about transportation and coming out of the pandemic? For me, and unsurprising because I'm an unabashed regionalist, is how do we continue to regionalize all parts of our system? We've done a great job with Sound Transit, because the reality is folks don't live their lives and do their business based on city or county boundaries. They live in Seattle and they go to the University of Washington in Tacoma. They, live in Bellevue and they work in Bothell. That is what we know is the reality. And so, we have such disparities in our cities in terms of transportation infrastructure, whether it's transit or bike lanes and sidewalks or roads and bridges. So how do we continue to regionalize, again, knowing that people are not going to continue to do this sort of 9 to 5 thing. They want options for all of the things in their lives. And so that's sort of the answer for me. It's how we continue to regionalize. Kent, how about for you?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think for me, the thing that really keeps me up at night is my work at Sound Transit, and sticking with the regionalization theme. As you all know, I mean, it's a 3-county agency that is, set to build the spine, and that's the thing that keeps me up. And it goes from Tacoma Community College in Tacoma, just right 1 block away from my city in University Place, all the way up to downtown Everett. That's what the spine is supposed to do, and we're building it, and there's some things going on to make that happen. But one of the things that I was able to do the 2 years I've been chair is actually lead the agency through realignment. And when the pandemic happened and we lost the sales tax dollars that we had to rethink building the spine, because the monies that we had projected and the bonds that we sold, they weren't there. And so now we have this realignment plan that's still not quite done. And so what's keeping me up at night is my ability to work with my 17 other colleagues on this regional committee to actually put the arms and legs on realignment so that it really turns out that we meet the expectation of the voters. And so there's that work that still has to be done. And so it's a little bit daunting.
Well, one, I think we need to trademark the spine because we talk about it like everybody knows what it is all the time. So we'll trademark that. Also, you're giving me PTSD because I worked at Sound Transit during the Great Recession and the realignment that we went through then. So I feel for you. Good. Jim, how about you? What's the one thing you want to know, see, or keeping you up at night?
Oh, lots of things keep me up at night. But right now, I think with autonomous vehicles, it's, we will not have the time before they will be here, and we will be, behind the 8 ball, if you will. So I think that's my thing is I want to make sure our state's at the forefront and that we are looking at the technology, that we're aware of what's coming down the pipe, and we're prepared to act upon it. And that means, from my position as a commissioner, to be able to make recommendations to the governor and the legislature on how we prepare for these systems.
Great. And Roger, I do know we have some legislators here in the room and watching, so choose your words.
I always do.
I know that you do.
I always do. The one thing that keeps me up at night is the condition of our greatest asset in transportation. And that asset is our people, the men and women of the Washington State Department of Transportation, or Sound Transit, or any other local transportation agency, our union brothers and sisters in the construction trades, our consultants. We run the Washington State ferry system. 75% of the captains of the ships are eligible to retire. Over half of the chief engineers are eligible to retire. A third of my maintenance supervisory staff is eligible to retire. 40% of the engineers, the Washington State DOT, won't be there 5 years from now. And so what are we doing to replace that talent pool? The engineers at WashDOT make 35 to 40% less than their counterparts who work as engineers for local government, not the private sector, local government. So I'm competing for talent with entities that can offer 40% more in wages. And that's engineers, that's planners, that's financial analysts. Try to find a data analyst. I'm competing with Microsoft and Amazon and Alaska Airlines and all of the big businesses in the Central Puget Sound for talent to keep our system up and running and to advance it. We need to get men and women into the construction trades. It's good, solid family wage work. And yet we have incredible shortages. Our apprenticeship programs and the investments we're making in pre-apprenticeship support services are beginning to make a difference. We just did something recently with the iron workers, where we were taking young men and women who were aging out of juvenile justice and the foster care system, and we were running them through an apprenticeship to become an iron worker, and wrapping that apprenticeship program around that. We put first and last month's rent in a security deposit. So they were coming out of that program with a union job as an iron worker in a strong economy and a place to live, which everybody's, you're spending that kind of money. Well, it's a lot better investment than corrections, you know. And so we need to be thinking differently, all of us, about how we populate the entities that drive our transportation system, that enable our economy. That's what keeps me up at night.
Well, appreciate that. And just to give everybody a scale, you have what, 7,000 employees, Roger?
That's correct.
Yeah. So a lot of people power here that is really important, and we need to stay competitive doing that so that we can all stay competitive doing what we're doing in the business community or other governments. So Laura, I think we have a few minutes for quick questions if we have them.
Almost right at time, but but if we have one or two quick questions, I am happy to take them. Just step up to the mic.
Any questions from folks? Oh, Irene, yes.
Hi, everybody. I guess what I'm wondering about, we talked a lot about funding and things like that. And Secretary Millar, you put forward a vision for how we really need to transform our transportation system to the current one where we're very focused on roads and cars, to one where we're moving with more mass transit. And we've obviously worked a lot on high-speed rail together and things like that. But one of the things I've noticed in the years I've been doing this work is that, we're in this sort of zero-sum game situation where the current system is competing with the new system, or I should say the new system is competing with the current system for funding. Everybody's relying on the current system, and so it becomes really hard to invest in the new system when you then feel like you're depriving the current system, which is what everybody's using. And so I'm sort of wondering about how in this state, our funding on transportation compares to other states, not that they necessarily have it all figured out, but I'm wondering, it just seems like if we're going to transition to this new future, we probably need to invest more than we are now. And I'm wondering how we stack up relative to other states and what you all think about that dilemma that we're in at the moment. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Irene. Plentyfish from Microsoft. Roger, you want to take that?
I'll take a stab at it. A lot of my colleagues who run departments of transportation in other states are relying on federal funding for over half of what they do. And the state money they raise, they raise enough state gas tax to pay the local match on the federal money they get. And that's all they're doing. Now, Washington State, the legislature stepped up 3 times with the Nickel Act, the Transportation Partnerships Act, and Connecting Washington. We have one of the higher gas taxes in the country. It's being invested in a lot of stuff, but Irene raised a very valid point. It takes real courage to pivot and say, look, we have come to realize, and I get a lot of grief for this, but we cannot build our way out of our congestion problems. We simply cannot. I asked the team to look at what it would take to do that in the Central Puget Sound. It's billions of dollars that we don't have, and all you would have to do that over about a 10-year period is raise a $2.50 a gallon gas tax. That's not going to happen. And if it did happen, we don't have the land, we don't have the watershed, we don't have the airshed. What we have to find is the political will to recognize that we're at a dead end and we need to pivot. And part of that pivoting is preserving and maintaining what we've got, and then envisioning the system of the future and starting to make those investments.
Great. Thanks, Roger. Kent or Jim, anything you want to add there?
Kent?
Well, yeah, I can add. I was waiting on you, but that's the struggle that I see. Your question about trying to get on a new horse when you're still got to ride the one that you're on. You know, it is a dilemma that we're struggling with. I think to me the best model is to take the total sum of the dollars that you have and then figure out some type of percentage, you know, that you're going to invest on the current horse because you know it's going to die and do. So you got to say, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep it living. We're going to, you know, we know it's going to go out, and then take maybe the lion's share of the dollars that you have, and then invest that in the new. Now, the question I have about the new is, what is it? You know, and I don't think that we have answered that question yet. We're still trying to figure it out. I mean, Jim's doing a lot of good work around, autonomous vehicles and things like that, but we don't know what it is. We it's the Star Wars and Jetsons and stuff like that. We can visualize it, cognitively, but I don't think that we can put our hand on it. And so some of those dollars that we talk about investing in the new has to be around research and about bringing about pilots and bringing about something that is doable and workable. But it's a risk, and to Roger's point, we've got to suck it up, and that's a technical term, and just make it happen.
Agreed, absolutely. Jim, any last word from you?
Actually, I think Kent said it all. That was perfect, Kent. I couldn't agree with you more. It's time for us to step up and fund this program properly.
Great.
Yeah, I have heard a lot of people talk about the freedom the automobile provides them, and see the USA and your Chevrolet and those pictures, the car ads where everybody's exceeding the speed limit and driving all aggressively and stuff like that. I think about freedom in my car when I'm stuck in the 5 curves at the rush hour. About freedom in my car when somebody invites me to a meeting in Bellevue on Friday at 3 p.m. There are other ways that we could do this, smarter ways that we could do this. There are models out there, and I think we're up to the task.
Agreed. Well, I want to say thank you to my panelists. It's been a great conversation. Thank you, Laura, for having us. And I think we're off to lunch.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. Let's thank our panelists. And I want to assure everyone that no actual horses were harmed in the prepping for this panel. Lunch will be served next door. We have left lunch programming free, so you can meet and mingle. There are box lunches next door. Feel free to bring them back to your tables, mix, mingle, and we will start again at 1:30 with various senior executives from our local big tech companies to hear what's next in the future of tech and the future of work.
So, all right, welcome back from lunch. We're gonna try to keep this lively and help you fend off lunch coma. I think this will be a valuable contribution to our day because we've been mostly hearing about, from people in the public sector in one form or another about all the different aspects of the future of work. And this is our chance to kind of pivot over to the private sector or industrial kind of perspective. And we're really, I'm honored to be joined by, 3 of our stalwart employers in the state and that have, played such a big role in our state's economy's development over the last 10 or 20 years. I think that we'll have a chance both maybe to have a sense of just, in a real way, all 3 of these companies are infrastructure providers for our economy, right? And they had a massive pivot to have to do as this pandemic hit and the demands on that infrastructure, I'm sure, skyrocketed. So I hope we'll get to do a little bit of geeking out and then also get that sort of employer perspective and large organization perspective about both the pandemic, but even more broadly, the future of work and how these folks see it changing. So I'm Roger Zweed. I'm the managing director of a firm called Cobotics that is a computer vision company based over in Bellevue. And I previously worked in the state government for Governor Gregoire, so have a bit of a public sector perspective, and I'm on the board of the Tech Alliance. So that's what connects me here today. I'm joined on my immediate left here is Paco Galanis, who's he's the site lead and director of engineering for Google here in the area. And then in the middle is Teresa Hudson, who's vice president of tech and corporate responsibility for Microsoft. And then to my far left, Rajiv Rajan, who's vice president of engineering and head of the office for Facebook in the Northwest. So again, we've got really a great set of representatives here to help us a little bit understand how both the future of work more broadly and how the pandemic has impacted them. So I'm going to start, and the first question is just, obviously major employers had to pivot very quickly on a number of levels as the pandemic showed up, a little under 2 years ago. And so I'd like each of our panelists, and we'll just start with Paco and move across here, just to share for a few minutes their perspective on how their organizations faced the pandemic, what pivots they had to make, maybe both as employers, but also as critical infrastructure providers. So Paco, you want to get us started?
Yeah, thank you, Rogers. And I'll go first. I'll break the ice. It's always a little unnerving going first, but I'll do it. So thank you everyone for being here, and thank you for inviting us. It's a great topic. Looking back a year and a half ago, can't believe it's been this long. The thing that looking back, I'm impressed with is how fast we transitioned to this new world. It felt like it was overnight, really. Where one day we were in the office, and the next day it was pick up your desktop, your laptop, go to your home, and dial in, and we're all running. Actually, that was pretty seamless, I would say. Partly because the tools were there. I think this is the point that you were making, Rogers. Is we've been investing in infrastructure at the networking level, data centers, cloud technology, that kind of stuff for many years. We've been working on things like resilience processes and whatnot, and I think that really helped us make this pivot very fast. And I can go a little bit into some of the details of what happened there, but I think that was something that was definitely there in place for us to make this transition fast. The other one was, Google has been working on many offices across the world for decades. So we had a little bit of that muscle of remote working. It's slightly different. It's not like working from home, everyone in their own cube, in their own cave all day long. But we had some of that muscle built in, and that helped us really make the transition. Just one last thing too. I think that first transition was, in retrospect, the easiest. Then we realized that we were in it for much longer than we thought, and then we had to deal with things like, wellness and connectedness and more of the human factor that I don't think we were prepared for that as well as we were making that pivot initially.
Yeah. Great. Thank you for those thoughts. I love that you said dial in. That sort of dated yourself a little there, Paco.
Right
but- okay. All right. Teresa, over to you.
Well, thank you for breaking the ice. It's not always you see the three companies on the stage in the same place. We tend to compete, but I think actually the fact that we are kind of speaks to what is powerful about what happened here after the pandemic. Microsoft, the Puget Sound is Microsoft's home. We have about almost 60,000 employees who work here and, really have long thought about our responsibility to take care of our community as well and create more opportunity. So when we started to hear news, we first heard it from some of our global colleagues that COVID was happening. And then, started to see the local cases. We worked pretty closely with elected officials and health authorities to say, okay, we've got to make sure that we're not spreaders, right? You have 60,000 people coming to your campus and then going back out into the communities. So we closed fast, similarly. But there were like immediate implications for it. Some of those are really kind of unexpected, maybe not terrible, like traffic got good for a minute and there was if you ever had to travel, you didn't have to have anybody in the middle seat. But, some of them were much more serious. We have a lot of workers on our campus. Our employees could work from home. That was easy, right? We just kind of knew most of our employees could just turn on their computers, but we had shuttle drivers and cafe workers and all sorts of people who really needed us to be in the office for them to do their jobs. And so we kept paying their salaries throughout the pandemic, actually. Until we could get them back to work. We thought a lot about, how we could use the technologies we had to help other people in the community figure this out. So state agencies, we worked with Department of Health and the Employment Security Department to kind of help them scale up because all of a sudden they had a lot more demand on them and we needed to help them because that, again, it was impacting the people around us. And then we started thinking about what could we do? What could we bring to bear just in terms of help? We all know there were a lot of supply chain issues, that continues to be an issue. It's actually really hard to predict how much food you need on your campus right now because you don't know how many people are coming. So we've been doing weekly donations to Food Lifeline to kind of help with that. I think the coolest thing that I've literally ever got into work on, literally in my life, was helping to set up a vaccine clinic on our site. And we worked with King County and local hospitals. Starbucks came over and showed us how to think about people flow because we didn't really know how to do that. And we set up a vaccine clinic in our conference center that we normally just hosted people. And we provided 175,000 vaccines on our campus, which was pretty amazing. And it was just so cool to be a part of it. But one of the other things that was really cool is as we were doing that, we were talking about it to our employees and people kept reaching out and saying, what can we do? Can we volunteer? Can we go help? Can we do something with that? And we didn't need it. We didn't need their help because, we were providing the space, but all those hourly workers that we'd been paying, we actually asked them to come in and help us with the vaccine site because they were like, we would actually like to do something. So they helped us with the wayfinding and stuff. So we tapped into our employee base to help with the site at Lumen Field. And we were so lucky. It's so amazing to be a part of this. We had over 1,300 employees volunteer and give over 9,000 hours. And I did that. And it was genuinely I volunteered down there and it was genuinely the best. I guess it's not down there from here. Where am I even? But it was actually the best thing I've ever done in my life. Especially then, we were in such dark times that getting to do something hopeful together in a community that was optimistic and literally every person that was there was happy. Have you ever been anywhere
It was
where
like everybody's birthday when they were showing up for
exactly.
their
Everybody
vaccine,
there was
wasn't
happy.
it?
All the vaccinators were happy. All the volunteers were happy. Everybody was happy. It's like you go to a sporting event there and not everybody's happy. So anyway, half the people are
Especially
sad.
this year.
Right. So anyway, it was it really to me really demonstrated the the power of this community and the business community here that works in public-private partnership to solve hard problems. So I'm proud to live here.
Great, thanks, Teresa. Rajiv.
Yeah. Well, I think Paco and Teresa have covered a lot of the similar themes. At that time, we were called Facebook. The future of work. Still Facebook.
My bad.
All of the same themes, kind of happened at that time. One of the things that was really amazing was all the major employers in the region. We got into a conf call and we decided pretty quickly that we're going to shut down our offices. I think that was a great example of collaboration in the region. And I think forums like this, Tech Alliance, I think will help us solve future problems where we need to come together. God knows, climate change, there's all kinds of, difficult problems to go solve. So that was interesting to see. We moved pretty fast. We did a few immediate things. We took care of our janitorial and kitchen staff and made sure they were on payroll, took care of everybody, from that standpoint. And then we reached out to local government to see, how could we help? We gave free ad dollars, looked to help with local alerts and information dissemination and things like that. So leaned in pretty heavily to areas where we could help. We did some loans for small businesses. We reached out wherever we could help the community. We looked at programs that we could lean in and do more. From an infrastructure standpoint, it was interesting. I'm a server person, and we looked at our graphs, and all the graphs were like through the roof. We knew supply chain was an issue, and we were like, oh my God, are we going to even survive, the peak, capacity? Because normally you plan for stuff, but you don't plan for the peaks that happened. Interesting use cases, people were going live on Facebook. One very interesting use case was, I think in Italy early on, the churches started doing lives on Facebook. And so we quickly figured out ways to reach out to churches and see, how else we could support them with tooling and things like that. So anywhere, our tools got used, we looked to help and see, what else we could do. We pivoted pretty quickly as a company onto a number of different, we called it COVID projects. What can we do in the Facebook app? What can we do in Instagram? Or wherever we could put information front and center, we try to do that. As a company, we were pretty set up with distributed centers. Seattle is the biggest center outside Menlo Park. We have many locations around the world. We use video conferencing a lot. So our culture was already set up to be able to work remotely, if you will, just like what Paco said in Google. And so that part was pretty easy. Oh my God, thanks for the internet. I started in Microsoft as an intern in Windows 95, and if the pandemic happened in 1995, I guess we would all be playing solitaire on our PCs. So in that sense, I think the tech industry really, brought obviously the internet, but also video conferencing, our phones, our laptops, webcams. Thank God for DoorDash and Instacart and Amazon and so on. I mean, everything came together in so many ways in our lives, and I think all the companies also leaned in where they could. So it was really great to see all of us step up and kind of do that. I think in terms of what we could learn from that, there's just two things that stand out. One is interdependence. We are all dependent on each other. I mean, no big company or no big organization stands in an island. We have to work together with the community, Tech Alliance and other forums like this, I think is great. We need that. And the second thing is resilience. I think that's an important attribute to think about as an organization. What is your culture? And how does your culture help you get through it? I tell people in the company all the time that, we had this huge bank balance of culture, and that's what got us through COVID. I think when people talk about, oh yeah, we got through it, and I'm like, yeah, but more than half the company right now has not even been to an office, and we need to go back and renew that culture and figure out how to go do that. So those are some of the themes that stood out for me as we kind of leaned into the pandemic.
Great, thanks, Rajiv. A little bit of an interesting question just to the two engineering guys on either side. I mean, I was just blown away at how little failure I saw of the digital infrastructure. I know that the level of demand on it must have been exponentially higher. I mean, Teresa, if you have anecdotes on this too, but what did you guys have to spin up more data centers? Were there some kind of magic software thing that could? I mean, how did you manage to not have widespread failures of your infrastructure when that happened?
Yeah, so we'll spill the secrets now, right? Now, it really is, part of it is what I mentioned before. There are two themes there, really. One is we've been investing in this for the long haul, and we've been investing, not just Google, but everyone here in this panel, and in general, the tech industry. You plan ahead for what you think the demand is going to be a year, 2 years, 5 years from now, right? And you need to be building up towards that. So that helped us because we had already, material in place. So that was a big part. The other part is what I think Rajiv also mentioned quickly is, we do a lot of resilience exercises of what if this data center comes down? How do we keep everyone running without loss of service to the user, right? And that kind of flexibility is what allowed us to reroute traffic where it needs to be. If we see demand on search, that's where the machines go. On search will use that capacity. Or if there is, Google Meet, video conferencing, or collaboration tools, which is really what really took off in YouTube as well. That's where the capacity goes, right? So we have that flexibility to reroute our capacity, our network, our infrastructure to where is needed, really very much on demand. And that's really the magic, if you want to call it that way. It's a lot of work, though.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, all of what Paco said, we do a ton of resiliency disaster exercises, shutting down data centers and shutting down regions, and that really helped us quite a bit. If we had not done that, we would be toast. We had to do a lot of, there were a lot of fires. I remember one where early on in Italy and Europe, it was pretty difficult. And so what we did is we worked with ISPs to reduce the default of videos on Facebook. We went from 1080p, then we went down to 720p, then we went down to like 480, and it's like, okay, you can barely see the video, but it's okay, you can at least see the video. But we're not hogging as much bandwidth, with the ISPs, because we wanted people to be able to access, services and work from home and not, have our services, kind of dominate the internet. And so we were cognizant of our role in terms of providing the services we do, but also making sure there's enough bandwidth for everything else people were trying to do from their homes. There were a lot of fire drills to see what are the most essential services. Could we run things, off peak, especially background jobs? How can you go and run those off peak so that you have time during peak hours? A lot of engineers, a lot of people really stepped up, in massive ways. And sometimes I feel like that story needs to be told because it's so, geeky, internal kind of stuff that doesn't really make it out there. But like a lot of people really stepped up and did some massive things.
Maybe just to add to the people aspect, because of course all these data centers have people running them, and there were times where we were worried about outbreaks and we needed to be able to plan to move people from data center to data center, which sounds great, but sometimes those are across borders. So we had to do a lot of work to think about like, okay, what kind of like documentation do people need to get into a country? We were doing these special like letters for people because there were places where during serious lockdowns, people couldn't get to work unless they had like a letter saying that their work was critical. And so there's a lot of just kind of behind the scenes stuff, to your point, that wasn't really visible as people kind of were hunkered down in their homes, of just like, how do you get the people the sort of people who have to be there? And, I think we've heard a lot about the people, the frontline workers and healthcare, but, people who were working in data centers, like really actually kept the economy going because they had, they kept, you guys can speak to that more, but I remember just trying to be like, how do we get people to where they need to be?
Yeah, like I like to say, you don't appreciate a plumber until you need one.
Exactly.
Right? It's exactly the same.
Yeah.
The same here. You don't really appreciate what it takes to keep the internet running until you are in a situation like this where you cannot count on someone being there 24/7 because they may not reach the site, or you need to get them across boundaries. Just the logistics of figuring out who is essential, who needs to be there, how do we get them there and keep them safe at the same time? Because now we have this new world where it's not just walking in the front door and getting back to work. Now you have to think about how you keep them safe, all of them. And it was really a huge effort as well, not just technical, but in terms
Practical,
of
just real practical.
very practical.
Right, yeah.
Were your companies actually communicating? I mean, you talk about trying to be responsible about the amount of demand on the internet infrastructure that Meta was generating. I mean, were you guys talking between your companies too about this stuff, or not? Or is there an intermediary that helped with that, or?
I'm not privy to that, but I know that in general, these type of discussions happen. It's not just our companies; it's the ISPs, it's all the infrastructure providers. They are seeing also these traffic spikes, and they coordinate. They coordinate with the multiple players, and we are part of those conversations.
Yeah.
This is an ongoing basis, right? It's not just when crisis hit, but obviously in this case, it turned out to be critical that we had those relationships already there.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on the internet traffic. I mean, the amount of traffic in just the three companies represented here, generate is huge. And so there was coordination at many different levels, and also with ISPs who work with all of us. So it was a pretty cooperative dialogue throughout all of that.
Plus, a lot of us were learning from each other. Like, how are you dealing with this? How are you spacing desks? Like that kind of, I mean, like the number of conversations I was in about like, how are you spacing desks? How often are you cleaning? Especially early before we had much guidance. And so there was, I think we were also optimistic we were going to be back in offices before now. But there was a ton of information sharing, I think, across sort of corporate functions to just kind of say, well, how are you dealing with this kind of thing? Less kind of on the infrastructure side and more just kind of on the practical, like, you know, how are you doing this stuff, which was really actually quite extraordinary, I think.
I agree, and you know, part of it is you are trying to figure out what to do, how to do best for your employees, right? And are we going to call them back now, or do we have to wait 3 more months, right? And then that's a kind of conversation that, what are you doing? How are you thinking through? Because you know, you don't want to necessarily put your people at risk. So definitely that conversation was very interesting, and see how every, you know, from outside, it looked like every company was making the announcement one after the other, you know. But I think there's a fair amount of keeping tabs on everyone and making sure that as a region, we're doing the right thing.
Yeah, you notice that the announcements would be a little, you know, time delayed, but there was a lot of behind the scenes and then you'd see that the announcements were pretty similar, you know, differences in culture and so on, but there was a lot of behind the scenes. For sure.
Yeah, so 2 points. One to me is just that this is all private infrastructure that, you know, performed. I haven't read at least the stories about how remarkably that infrastructure performed through, you know, massive disruption. But I think it's just an interesting fact that you all were able to flex as much as you were and largely, you know, deliver when the whole world needed your help in a big way. So, but the other thing is, as a person in a small tech company now in the region, you know, I think a lot of small companies in this region look to you all's policies for guidance on how to manage our own things, because we don't have the resources to do all the deep research and think it through in, you know, a lot of detail. So we'll just look and see, you know, how you guys are managing things, and that has a lot of influence on what a lot of us smaller players in the ecosystem are doing. So I appreciate your leadership on that. Flipping then a little bit, so Teresa, I want to come to you. And I mean, the whole premise of this conference is that the future of work has been changing all along, right? And that the pandemic was just an accelerator for that. So I'd love your perspective, if you can, on sort of what parts of how the pandemic has changed workforce do you think will stay, and what parts do you think will maybe not stay as we move forward, hopefully eventually, from this thing we're living through still?
It's funny you say that, because I was thinking about the right phrase for this, and it's sort of like suspended anticipation is the phrase I've come up with, which it just feels like we just keep waiting and waiting. I will just say that at one point I was like, hey, so we sent everybody home and we need to get everybody back. Is anybody working on that? I will tell you when I did that. That was in April of 2020. So you can see that I'm an optimist.
How many letters are left in the Greek alphabet? Maybe that's how many more variants we have.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, you know, look, I think we really realize technology allows us to do a lot and allows us to connect a lot, right? And I think there are certain things. I think we have a lot to learn about what it looks like when it's sort of like open and everybody's kind of, we are past the suspended anticipation stage. But I do think, you know, look, people could participate in meetings in a different way. More people can listen in this meeting. You know, we have people virtually. That's wonderful. We have people in person. That's wonderful. I think the hybrid piece of it is really opens up opportunity for a lot of things. It makes makes work more flexible. It made school possible-ish. I have kids. You know, it opened up access to healthcare. So there are a lot of ways in which I think it did really, really help. And I do think that we will need some in person. I don't personally think we can go to an entirely remote. And most people aren't talking about entirely remote, but I don't think it's binary. But I do think there is some in-person needed. You know, it is nice to be in a room with people. It is nice to get feedback. I did conferences during the pandemic where I was just staring at a screen and I was like, I don't know, was that funny? Was that stupid? I don't know. This is better. That's better. You know, I think it depends on the kinds of jobs people have, and we'll need to be more thoughtful about that. I think it may depend on the places people are in their lives. When you start a job, if you move to a new city, you may want to go to work because you want to meet people and you want to make friends and you want to ask those stupid questions that you have when you're starting a new job to the people around you, and sending an IM feels intrusive. But then there are other times in life where it may be that it's hard to get home to pick up your kids. And so there's a stage of life component to this. So we're going to have to be really thoughtful about that. The other thing is, I think there's a kind of like, some people like to go to the office. I'm one of them. I miss people. This is why I asked the question in April of 2020, because I was like, can I get out of my house? But I do think that there is, there's sort of a sense that like, everybody wants to work from home. I'm not sure everybody does want to work from home, because I like the separation of home and work. So I think we're going to need to be sort of more like really willing to learn about that. And I think one of the most important things, kind of aside from technology, but that is a part of all organizations, is management capability. We're going to need really, really good managers to pay attention to what people need and to make sure that they're being assessed fairly, that they're being trained, that they're being onboarded. And that's going to be really, really, really important as we move forward. So I'm ready for the suspended anticipation to end. But I think we've got a lot to learn kind of in the year or two after.
Great. Thanks, Teresa. I'm going to move to different questions with the other two panelists, just so we move along and have time for your questions at the end. But, Paco, I know Google has done a ton of research into the workplace and the nature of the workplace. And, so sort of moving maybe away from the pandemic particularly, I mean, how does Google envision the modern workplace, and what are the key elements of what you all see there?
Yeah, so I actually would like to build a lot on what Teresa was talking about, because we are seeing the world in very much the same way, with the same eyes. Google has been always very office focused. We believe that collaboration happens when people are together. It's not just your teammates, it's interactions that happen that you didn't expect at lunch, etc. That's where ideas come from. That's where you incubate that kind of innovation. So we've always believed that co-location is important. At the same time, as I mentioned before, we've always been running offices all over the world. So we are very used to having small teams collaborating with small teams all over the place, all over the world. And we believe in that mode of, talent wants to be where they want to be. They have their life there, they have their support there, uprooting everyone and making them go to Mountain View, as the case may be, doesn't work at scale. So we have that muscle in. Fast forward to this current situation where now everyone is at home. This is the granularity of those interactions is very, very different. So we've learned that this working from home actually can work. We've figured out how to keep the company running, not just our company, but lots of companies are relying on this infrastructure, and everyone has figured out how to work from home. But we don't think this is a either-or situation, right? Like Teresa was saying, I agree. Like this hybrid world, we need to figure out how to make it work. How we take the best of both being in the office and being able to, be from home when you have to. So we think of this in terms of. We look at the hybrid workspace in terms of three different buckets, if you will. The first one is, policies in the company. When are you allowed to work from home? Am I supposed to be in the office or near the office all the time? So we are trying to put policies in place to increase flexibility. Things like, we have a rule of think about your workday if you are supposed to be in the office as more like 3-2. 3 days in, 2 days you work from whatever suits you best. We are trying to increase flexibility in terms of, I need to make a trip to see my family in another country. Can I work from there? Why don't you work there for a month, up to a month? That kind of extra flexibility. So these are policies that we want to put in place as a general framework for our managers to be able to make decisions of, of course you can go, right? So that's aspect number one. The aspect number two that I think is, once you get to this, then what are the tools that allow me to really be successful today in the office, tomorrow in my home, a month from now working from, say, Spain, as my case could be. How do we make all this happen, right? And keep that productivity and that connection and that well-being for all our employees. So, here we are looking at technical solutions, things like, and this is a case that is pretty close to our heart. We moved to work from home, and everyone decided to start using emojis on the video call, right? To yes, thumbs up, good idea, love it, etc. Now you go back into the office. People that are in the office don't see that. Right? They don't have the controls to say I love it too. And now we are 10, and who says I love it, right? Right, and now we all do this. But that doesn't translate exactly. It doesn't quite translate. So how can we make these tools more adaptable to the office, etc.? And that's a small example, but it shows you that it goes all the way, right, from big things like infrastructure and policy to small little things that actually make this more human and more tractable. And the third part is, how do we think about physical spaces? How do we think about our offices? I know that probably you've all read the article that came a few months back with balloon walls and whatnot. I think that's I'm not sure that we'll see this in our Washington offices anytime soon. But the idea is, if we are providing a space for collaboration, probably doesn't make sense to just have primarily desks all over the place in a few conference rooms, right? How do we reimagine that space for teams to come in, collaborate when they need to? Do they have the tools that they need? The conference room, the whiteboard, or whatever they need to be able to connect with people that are not in the room at the same time. So that's the kind of thing that we're working on. So those three tiers is how we think of the workspace in the future. And to be honest, we don't know how this is going to end up. A lot of it is we are experimenting, we are playing with this and see what works and what sticks. And so far, so good, but it's early days.
Great, thanks a lot for that answer. All right, Rajiv, I mean, it's a tech panel, right? So I want to ask you if you can geek out a little for us and maybe look forward. So, maybe I know all three companies have been investing in AR and VR to some degree, but I know that Meta has, and now that you're Meta, that's front and center, right? So maybe tell us a little bit. Like, I think we all felt like the tools we had were much better than we thought they would be, but they still weren't like this, right? And I guess the question is, can we get closer to like this with the distance, or are there other things coming in the future about the workplace that we can look to say maybe if this, God forbid, ever happens again, we'll be even in an even better position? Your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we believe in the future of work, or at least the way we envision it, so much that we changed our company name, to Meta. We really do believe in this metaverse, as Mark has talked about, and some of the articles have come out on it. We do have a product already called Horizon, where you can create your avatar, and you can. It's just amazing. If you have not used it, you should definitely try it out. Obviously, you've got to put a Quest 2 on, and just so many hours you can use that. But it's an amazing experience. You literally actually feel. You can turn left, turn right. You can where the voice is coming from. There's 360 spatial audio, as we call it, and so it's much better than a 2D dimensional Zoom screen with a little square for each human being. So the goal is like the mission of Facebook or Meta is really, for us, technology is about connecting people. That's our whole mission. We're not here to, that's the purpose of the company, is how do we connect people? Obviously we did that through social media, but in the future we think, you will be able to do this in 3-dimensional spaces through AR, VR. And the goal is not to create some kind of like sci-fi kind of thing where you lose connection with people. It's really actually to make the connection with people that much more better, because we are going to be in this world forever, I think, where it's going to be some people remote, some people in the office. Even the people coming into the office are going to be coming in 2-3 days a week. And so how do we make an experience where no matter where you are, we all feel together, we feel that connection, and we can have that human experience? That is really what we are after. And technology is just a tool towards that. It's not really about the technology. It's about how do we get human beings to connect and do stuff like we do every day. And so we are very excited about that. Beyond the technology, we are also got some workspace things that we are doing. We are really experimenting with furniture and spaces. And so spaces like Town Hall is a space that we are excited about, where people who are remote and who come in occasionally, where do you come in and work? Is there a place you can camp and sit, or do you have a desk? Do you have some coffee nearby? Do you have an IT help desk? So spaces are important. Also furniture, I think you can do a lot with furniture. We are coming up with phone booths and sort of single person sofas that you can sit in and join a meeting from that location, versus like actually going into a conference room if you don't want to do that. So we're doing a lot of experimentation there. But I'd say the biggest thing is we have sort of designated 2022 as the year of learning, because I think the most important thing is being able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. We really don't know how things are going to evolve, and being flexible, keeping an open mind, and being willing to learn is going to be the most important thing. And then, finally, I'd say we don't have all the answers, by the way. We are going to learn from other employers, other companies, other technologies. Even the metaverse, we have said, is going to be an open platform built by many companies and everybody. And it's not something that we aspire to be the only company going and building the technologies. And so it's something that I think we collaborate with community, with government. Tech Alliance, I think, is a great forum. That's how we are going to really navigate the next 5, 10, 20 years. No one's going to do it on their own.
Super. All right. I'm going to have one more quick question for the panelists, but then we'll open it up to questions. So if you have a question now, be getting ready to move towards the microphone. So I guess the last question to you all, and it's there if you have an answer, but if you don't, that's fine. But we do have policymakers in the room at local and state levels, at least, maybe even a federal one here or there. Are there things from the public sector or public policy perspective that you think were either enablers and accelerators for things that you had to do in the last 2 years, or that could perhaps could be improved moving forward, so that if this happens again or something like it, you're better able to do the things that you've had to do both as employers and technology providers to help us cope with and be resilient, to use Paco's word. So thoughts, Teresa?
I can jump in. I think we've discovered where we're not resilient through the pandemic in terms of equity, really. We need investment in schools. We need investment in infrastructure, and not technology infrastructure. I mean, not this kind of technology infrastructure, but like broadband infrastructure and digital skilling. And we need policy to support it. Great news that the infrastructure bill has gone through. We need that money to get to our communities, because what we've realized is being connected is opportunity. And if people aren't connected, they miss out on opportunity.
Super.
Yeah, plus one to that. I think equity is top of mind for us as we look at whether it's hiring people in or overall, society. One of the things we did early on in the pandemic was, I think, a few companies, we got together to work with the Seattle School District to figure out how they could shift to online, because every school district was shifting online. And so how can we work together across industry and society and policy to come up with things that help with equity, I think is going to be important. The other thing I would say is just getting to know each other a lot better. Sometimes when I see some of the discussions on technology, both in Congress as well as in the media, I think there are certain tropes that get pulled out, and it's like, hey, if you all just, these are hard problems. These are not easy problems. Nuance matters. I think it's important for all of us to really, really have the dialogue, understand the issues at depth, and not get sort of carried away by the surface, tropes that sometimes happen.
And you're up on LinkedIn, so anybody that wants to reach out and connect with you to have that dialogue.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Paco.
Yeah, no, just a big plus one to what both Teresa and Rajiv said. In particular, I think, as I was saying, as the pandemic rolled after 3 months and 6 months, and we started seeing these, mental health issues pop up and whatnot, it all boils down to the support systems of our society really broke down. We had people taking care of family members and not being able to work because of that, or taking care of kids, or trying to homeschool them, as the case may be, and whatnot. And it's just a matter of those support systems really fell down. hope that that's not going to be the case once we get over this. But resiliency in those systems would definitely have helped.
Super. All right. This is your chance. If anybody has any questions they'd like to ask any of our panelists. Do you mind hopping up here to the mic? That'd be great, just for people online so they can hear the question. And if you could just say who you are and what organization you're with, that'd be great.
Hi, Curtis Emerald, University of Washington. So I've worked at all these firms. Thank you all for all the support throughout the years. One element that's interesting to me in my new job as a professor is the student and recruiting side of what you all do. Some other firms I've been hearing, let's say a local dog walking firm, has been saying that the perks are less enticing to employees, which were like having your dog in the office, because they're not spending a lot of time in the office. Having worked at some of these places, the perks are a big deal. How is those kind of cultural elements going to change in recruiting as people, as I have heard, become more kind of mercenary in, I'm going to live in Salt Lake City anyway, so I just want money?
Yeah, I can take that. I think, Teresa, you made the point earlier about being flexible with respect to how people come into the office and really being open to how things would change. The perks are there to support employees. They're not, you can say free food in Facebook, or back in the day it was free soda in Microsoft.
We still have free soda.
Yeah.
No free food.
Yeah. It's really to support our employees and take care of their needs. And so during a time where everyone was in the office and you wanted those support systems in place, that's what we had. And now in this new world, as things change, we'll look for other things that people are looking for. And it's really about finding those things that help them give the flexibility in terms of when you come into the office, what do you need? I talked about the town hall space that, you have IT help, you have coffee, you have, food, you have a place to work, things like that. So we'll evolve the perks, as you call it, to meet the need of the hour based on what people want.
Yeah, and to pick up on something that you've talked about a lot, one of the big needs right now is mental health. And so mental health support for employees. We found parents really needed some time off, so we provided specific pandemic leave for parents during the pandemic. But I do think it is listening, figuring out what people want and need. And then, you sort of decide whether that fits with your company or not, right? But it is really kind of to meet the need at the time. And I don't know if you would.
Both of you put it perfectly. I think we see these perks as support for our employees in the office. We provide food because two things. One, we like people bumping into each other. So that sense of community, that sense of connectedness forms in these spaces. And also because, it's hard to have to leave the campus, go find food, etc. Right? So it's also support for our employees in that regard. So I don't think the same perk, you cannot say, well, if I have food, just to pick on that one, free food in campus, I should have free food when I'm at home. I don't think that supports you in the same way, right? Just to pick up on one, right? But it's about finding the thing that is going to make your life possible and better in the situation that you are, right? Another silly example, if you will, right? We have free massages in the office at Google, right? We cannot send someone to your house on demand, right? Probably that won't scale. It's probably not the right perk, if you will, right? So it's all about finding the thing that really supports our employees and thinking of what other programs can we put in place that really make that experience valuable.
Yeah, and with all that said, my middle son works at one of these three companies. I won't say which, but he was dying to get back to the office because of the free food. So
it's not Microsoft. He doesn't work at Microsoft.
The thing I missed was early on in the pandemic was the free haircut.
Right.
Or just a haircut anywhere.
Any haircut.
Any haircut would do.
Engineer, exactly. Okay, anything else?
I might take organizational privilege or whatever and ask. I thought Rachel's question to the transportation panel about what keeps you up at night was a good question. But I want to ask the three of you a different question, which is, what gets you up in the morning? What is it about the future of work that you find the most exciting right now?
Yeah, I can give it a first stab. All right. To me, is the thinking about how we can bring people again together and bringing that connection again. That's what I think about a lot, and how we can enable it. Right? How can we enable? We have close to 50% of our employees are new from the last 2 years. They've never seen an office. Some of them have never met their coworkers. How do we bring people in, and how do we start rebuilding those ties? How do we start rebuilding that, organizational muscle again? That's what I'm excited about. And then of course there will be many problems, hitches, tooling that we need to fix, but it's the bringing people together that I really look forward to.
I am so optimistic about the workforce of the future, current workforce, and looking forward. The amount of, just sort of passion people bring to the workforce, that is sometimes a challenge, but I think it's, the people who are entering the workforce and what people expect from their employer now, they have high expectations, and that sort of sets the bar high for employers and for companies. And so that's both a little terrifying and also really exciting.
Yeah, I think both of those answers are true for me as well. I'd say, as an engineer, I continue to be excited about the power of technology to change the world, to help the world, to do good. I know big tech gets vilified quite a bit, but I've been front and center, first in Microsoft and now in Meta, and I've seen amazing people do really, really amazing things with technology. And I'm just excited about the possibilities, whether it's the metaverse or it's, other kinds of new applications, applications in industry. I think in the medical field, there's so many good use cases that are coming up. Agriculture, like literally every sector of the economy, I see so much potential for what we could do. And that really gets me still excited to this day.
Well, thank you very much to all of you. I think some of you can stay for our reception, so I'm sure folks will have other questions one-on-one, but please join me in thanking Rogers and all of our panelists.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you.
And as you all exit, we have certainly been modeling the future of work. We've had all in-person panels, we've had mixed panels, and our last panel is going to be all virtual. So we're going to put George and Ernie up on the big screens. There we are. Just a quick reminder, this is our last panel for the day. So after this, we'll have our VIP reception. If you've got any banner on your name tag, you are invited to the VIP reception. If you do not, and you really want to stay for drinks and food, talk to me. I'm the one who can hook you up, tell you what to do, but I hope that we will have a good turnout for that. Some of our additional board members will be joining. But without further ado, actually, I'm going to say one more word of introduction, which is we've heard a lot through all the panels about broadband access, and I really, as I was putting this together, was worried about whether we should have the broadband people at the front or at the end. And I think it's actually worked out to have them at the end, because if you were not clear on the importance of universal broadband access before, you certainly are now. And I'm going to turn it over to the guy who runs the Digital Equity Forum at the Department of Commerce, Ernie Rasmussen, and the Executive Director of the Washington PUD Association, George Kahn. I think that's Kahn. All right, you guys, take it away.
Hey, Laura, thanks for the introduction, and really excited to be joining you today, albeit virtually. I really wish I was there and in person. I especially love those networking opportunities afterwards and all the mingling in between. It's just, there's nothing that feeds the soul like in-person connections, and we just don't quite get that through these virtual platforms. So I am saddened to not be able to join you in person today, as I'm sure George is too. As Laura had mentioned, my name is Ernie Rasmussen. I am the Digital Equity Manager at the Washington State Broadband Office. And she did mention that we have the Digital Equity Forum, which is launching here actually tomorrow.
alongside the Washington State Office of Equity with Dr. Karen Johnson. So Dr. J has been a tremendous partner in getting us to this point with lending her worldview that we need to be considerate of, and as we move forward. So I'm joining you today from, speaking of worldviews, from the Spokane Indian Reservation in my home and via Starlink. Starlink has provided us an opportunity to be work in this very remote location. We'll have certainly some discussions about Starlink later, about the challenges associated with it, and there's some equity issues, of course, there. But through the wonders of modern technology, I'm joining you today in my home on the Spokane Reservation, and hopefully bringing a worldview that informs the work of you all. So that quick introduction after being on the team here at the Washington State Broadband Office for just a few short months, and transitioning over from as the tribal liaison, working with Dr. Lisa Brown in the director's office at Commerce. And then previous to that, I worked with the Colville tribes in north central Washington as their senior planner for economic development, and we did a tremendous amount of work in trying to deploy broadband into those communities. So we work closely alongside the PUDs in the northern north central Washington and Ferry County and Okanagan County. So I certainly want to give George an opportunity to present his introduction. So George, let me hand it off over to you.
Thank you, Ernie, and thank you for inviting both of us today. The way we have structured this conversation is we're going to make some introductory comments, and then we're going to have a few questions to share our thoughts. So the first thing I wanted to say was, like Laura, I have a cat too, and my cat has decided he really likes knocking my webcam off the top of my computer. And so when I lock him out, he screams. So I have a no-win situation. I apologize in advance. I'll try to keep him away. So as Laura actually said during the introduction to our conversation, one common theme we've heard in all the sessions today was that the future of work assumes connectivity. And I agree with that assumption, but there's still work to do to make that a reality. So I wanted to share a few thoughts in my introduction. So I'm going to date myself like the last panel. I am old enough to remember the time before the internet. In fact, I remember my first engagement with computer technology was typing punch cards, which were entered in a stack in a batch computer that always messed up with hanging chads off of the computer cards. And my first computer was called an Apple III. So yes, there was an Apple III. And if you want to see it, you can see it in the Smithsonian. So now that I've dated myself. So I want to give you three sort of testimonials to my thoughts on connectivity. So pre-pandemic, before we were forced into this situation we're in today, was the testimony at the legislature from a woman from Kitsap County who was testifying on a telecommunications policy bill. And what she told the committee, I thought was very compelling. She told the committee that basically she was tired of having to take her kids down to the mall to do their homework. I thought in the world where we have connectivity, that seemed not to be right. The second was after the pandemic hit and we set up these Wi-Fi hotspots throughout the state, was a middle school principal up in Shelton who told us at an event that he was surprised at the number of students that did not have connectivity. And he found out only because they were coming out to these Wi-Fi hotspots to do their work. The last item was a picture of a friend of mine and her daughter sitting in the back seat of their SUV with a homemade desk that her dad made so she could do her homework at a remote Wi-Fi spot. To me, those were indicative during the pandemic of just how much the problem is to make sure that everyone is connected. The access to broadband is as essential to our lives today as is safe water and electricity. This, in my opinion, is no longer debatable. It's no longer a debatable point. The challenge is to actually make it a reality. So with that introduction, I'm going to give Ernie the first chance at a question is, so what are the goals we are trying to reach?
Well, thank you, George, and you know, those testimonies are pretty powerful. You know, that, and they inform that goal, right? They help us understand where we're trying to go. As I shared, you know, in our call yesterday, you know, I'm a bit of a 7 habits person, and I'd really like to begin with, and that is of what it is that we're trying to achieve. Connectivity to, not just connectivity, affordable connectivity, connectivity, and I heard mention of it in the last panel, the skills development for folks to actually be able to utilize the technology in a way that is more than just being a consumer. They actually have the opportunity to become producers, influencers, and engage in whether it's an economy, an education system, healthcare system, whatever it might be, an opportunity, and trying to bring that to as much population as possible, but especially those that have been marginalized, overlooked, and just simply have not been able to access. And that includes rural communities. You know, when we start talking about equity challenges often are associated with communities of color, and this is not true with digital equity. The rural communities have been really kind of overlooked, and simply just haven't had the opportunity to be invested in. And so that's that big goal that we're trying to reach here, at least from my office and the work that we're doing. And you know, George, I'd like to hear what you think on your end, coming at it from the PUD side. Oh, you're muted for just a moment there.
I know I'm muted. Got it. So thanks, Ernie. Yeah, so the goals that we see are based on the successful stories that we can tell about many areas of the state that have moved sort of beyond the arguments over who should do what and where and how, and more towards making sure that connectivity happens, but depending on the needs of the community. So I'm thinking of success stories in areas of the state like in Grant County, Grays Harbor, City of Anacortes, Jefferson County, Skagit County. But I'm also thinking of something that we did as an association prior to the pandemic. And I mentioned this to you yesterday. Prior to the pandemic, when we were looking at broadband connectivity in the state, the proposal was to set up a state broadband office, the one that you're in now. So I represent elected officials throughout the state, and pretty much the last thing that my board would be interested in doing was supporting the creation of a state agency. Typically, they don't look fondly on that, and they're typically against it and say, why do we need it? In this case, it was the opposite. We believe strongly, and we supported it in the legislature, supported its funding, because we believe that the state needed to set up a long-term goal for connectivity. They needed to be a clearinghouse and a resource for getting state and federal funds and making sure that they were deployed in a way that made most sense in meeting the state goals. So our goal is to develop what we refer to as open access networks. Basically, it's a highway of internet, and let private service providers compete for business over that. We have great examples of that. Grant County is probably the best example, where Grant County builds the core infrastructure for the county. They still have about 20% left to go, but they have over a dozen private retail service providers providing competitive internet services to their community. Grays Harbor has this going on. Kitsap County has it going on. There's no reason that counties like Jefferson, Lincoln County, Pacific County, there's no reason that it can't happen. And it's not just PUDs. It's ports, it's private providers, it's private internet connectivity. It's everyone who's involved in bringing the internet through the system to the home. Everyone has to be involved in solving and resolving these problems, because my experience working on this has been only if everyone is in the room, the community, the elected officials, the private providers, the public providers, the folks with the funding, thinking about how do we solve this community's problem, the problems get solved. They don't get solved in silos. They don't get solved in debating policy. They get solved by everyone who understands the community and has a common shared goal in getting them connected, working on the project. That's been the success story where I can identify success stories.
Yeah. I mean, that's great. And, given that, we set up another question of what's our current situation, and assessing where we are, now that we understand where we want to go, this current situation that, I find myself in is one example. And that is, again, having access to an emerging technology in a community that largely it's not available to. And I find myself as my daughter working for a food service dispatcher, one of these online food service delivery, and she's a dispatcher. She lives in a house, just a couple houses away from me. She would otherwise have to drive into Spokane for an hour and a half to go do this job, which is, not much more than a minimum wage job. But now she comes to our house and she does this job. She now has, childcare is accessible to her. And her commute time is now just, a few minutes rather than, a total of 3 hours out of the day. And now her earning time, amount of time dedicated to work is much better, is much more rewarding. And she now has more opportunity. So, that's a current situation that a lot of us find ourselves in. And again, where I live, I'm the only house that has this available. Starlink is not going to be deployed to every home in these remote situations overnight. It's just going to take a lot of time. I really like your point about coalition building in the community. At the Washington State Broadband Office, that's really that's what we're working to facilitate. That coalition building, not only just from the providers and the PUDs, but that cross section of anchor institutions, community members, tribes, local governments, all coming to the table. Yes, of course, we can all agree that broadband is important. Yes, of course, we can all understand its benefits. But the challenge becomes how? How do we get there? How do we do that in a coordinated, collaborative manner so that there's a mindfulness of the limited resources to meet this challenge, and so that we work together and in coordination with each other. So that's the work. I love that, George. I really appreciate you bringing that forward. And that is, I think, one of the, when we start talking about our current situation, that's the approach we're taking. That's one approach that we're taking here at the Washington State Broadband Office.
Yeah, so last session, there were a couple of policy bills that were passed by the legislature, funding bills. I look at these policy improvements, policy adoptions, similar as a tool belt to build a house. You don't want, just a hammer, just a saw. You've got to have multiple tools, but it does take an entire toolkit to build that house. And the one example I'll use about how coalitions and communities work is we had a chance to go up to Kitsap County, and we met with the public providers, the private providers, and we were talking about a couple of communities in Kitsap County that were not getting the service they wanted, right? It was some of the government people and the engineers. So the government people talked, and then the engineers talked. And when it was all done, the engineers identified that it was an upgrade to a box in the community that was a problem. Okay, that's a simple sort of anecdote, but it turns out that there are solutions that we just don't know until we get the right people in the room and identify the community and what's the problem. Now there is a lot of money out there, and we're hoping we know the state broadband office was created to be able to develop those dollars and be able to deploy them in mechanisms that work best. But we also know that there are communities out there that need help with adopting the technology so they can use the internet. It's interesting to note that the folks who go to Starbucks to get internet, which I do every once in a while, why would I pay if I can get it for free for Starbucks? Well, I'm not getting it for free, but I have free access to it. Well, it depends on your household. You're not going to get a telehealth visit at Starbucks. You wouldn't want to do that. It's not appropriate to do that. And you're not going to have your kids do their homework that you could monitor at Starbucks. You're going to want to be involved. You might do it at times, but also grades. I do remember, and this is dating myself, when your grades were on a piece of paper that you brought home to your parents to sign. And, you know, I never admit it, I never forged it. I'd like to at times. But today, everything is in internet. Everything's Skynet, like in the Terminator movies, watching over the internet. And those kind of things, telehealth, all the things that we've talked about in this day-long session are part of the ability to get those connected, those who already know how to get connected, who want better connections, but those who don't have connections today, who are eventually going to recognize that need. So that's sort of the situation we've got in areas that don't have connectivity. There are areas of the state that have no connectivity. They're not underserved, they're just not served. And we need to make those areas as important as those who want better service. So I'm going to ask you, what do you think are the impediments to moving forward?
There's a lot to unpack in what you just shared, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm going to stay focused here. But George, you talked about adoption, and so let me talk about that as even a barrier to how we're going to get there. I work, in this job, I'm working with tremendous, every community that possible across Washington State. Tremendous amount of diversity in communities, or diversity of communities. And that includes some of those most rural and remote areas of the state that are not currently served, as you mentioned. And they've talked about, why would we want to bring this into our communities? Why would we want to have this here only to invite other folks that are not a part of our community at this time into our community? And we begin to lose that characteristic that is so important to us. And my answer to them is that as a Native American who believes in his culture, who wants to hold strongly to his culture, wants to hold it close, I know that broadband and the adoption of broadband, the adoption of this tool to preserve my culture is critically important. That my kids and my grandkids and their kids, in order for them to have access to the same culture, we're going to have to adopt this as a tool. So those rural areas, an adoption of this tool is a way to preserve that culture in your remote and rural area. So adoption is, it becomes a big question. So there's policy challenges, of course, other than just, our own attitudes towards broadband and being able to bring broadband into communities and have people willingly adopt it, accept it, get it to the point where they can actually turn it into a tool that's serving their communities. I think, as we continue to build out, the infrastructure, we need to actually have some standards for understanding what it means to serve folks. We've got the broad definition of 25.3 is, currently the definition of broadband. We have our state goals of, of 150 by 150 to homes in 2028. So we've got some of those things. Affordability is one of those that we still need to determine what the heck does affordability really mean as a federal definition. So there's still a lot of work and barriers. The public-private partnership that's necessary. And those are some of the things that are still ongoing and we're going to continue to address, especially here in Washington State.
Great, thank you, Ernie. So we're gonna close up with some concluding remarks. So Ernie got to start first, so I'm gonna provide a conclusion, then turn it back to Ernie to end the conversation. So I wanted to cite two other examples from the recent past to make a point about how we move forward. So one has to do with, I'm secretary of my local Kiwanis Club. And when the pandemic hit, the first was, frantic, what are we gonna do? And then everyone went to Zoom, right? So we've been having meetings for the last year and a half via Zoom. And I remember a conversation with one of my Kiwanis members about learning Zoom. And I said, oh, it's really easy to learn. Boy, did I get a lecture. So there's a generational equity issue as well about adoption of internet and connectivity that we need to keep in mind, that there are cultural changes that need to be made to get used to this new hybrid world. The second has to do with two of my commissioners. And 10 years ago, when I started the PUD Association, I said, we ought to get video conferencing for our office. That wasn't a new idea back then, but I thought it would be good for us because we have folks coming in from the eastern part where you are. And we thought, well, maybe efficiency can help by having video conferencing. Boy, did I get pushback. I got pushback because I had commissioners come up to me and say, we love each other. We don't want to lose meeting. If you do this, we'll never see each other again. Sounds sort of predicting, what would happen today. But the pandemic forced us to engage in this virtual connectivity, and we're not going back. We're still going to meet when we need to. But for 2-hour meetings, we don't need people to drive 8 hours over the mountains in the snow for a 2-hour meeting. And I don't get pushback. Everyone's learned to use this new technology, but not use it to replace the FaceTime, as mentioned earlier, that we want, because many of our newly elected commissioners have never met each other because of the pandemic, but to use it effectively. So my concluding remark is, I think the challenge here, we've got the policies, we need some more, we've got the funding, we need some strategies, but what we need to do is to move beyond the battles we've fought in the past about who should do what and where, and focus and move forward into how do we get it done? And that's sort of my focus is, how do we get it done? So I appreciate the opportunity. Let me turn it back to you, Ernie, for some of your closing remarks.
George, I want to say thanks for, that call to action and the context of the pandemic as being, kind of revealing this challenge. The pandemic revealed so many things, that so many of us took for granted or we just simply overlooked. Culturally, of course, there were we've seen the challenges. But this particular challenge, this broadband challenge, the pandemic revealed, the deficiencies where we are in this evolution of our technology and how accessible it is to everyone. And I want to thank you, George, and I want to echo really what you said. Bringing people together, being a convener, a fearless convener, and asking people to just come together and be willing to get it done.
And Ernie, thank you for the passion behind your discussion, and I'm sure we'll be working together in the future to make this happen.
Yeah, thank you, George.
All right. Well, thank you both for joining us from the internet. I love that we have had a number of calls to action during this conference. So I'm just gonna, since I am now the only thing standing in the way in between many of you and either home or free booze, I'm gonna be brief. But I want to thank you all for coming. I want to thank you all for gathering in public. I know for some of us that is not something we are used to doing, and it still creates a little bit of anxiety. So thank you. I don't know exactly what the future of work is going to be, but the things our panelists seem to agree on is that it's going to be flexible and connected, that we're all going to have to be willing. I loved what one of the panelists said about we're going to have to be willing to learn, unlearn, and relearn. We're hopefully going to be somewhere on the positive end of Secretary Millar's dystopian spectrum. I forget what the positive end was, but it went from Terminator to to George Jetson. Thank you. Yeah. So somebody in another meeting. In our Technology Alliance board meeting last week pointed out that George Jetson will be born in August, which means he was conceived last week. So just think about that. I also would be very remiss if I did not thank the rest of the Technology Alliance staff, Dr. T.T. Dunleavy, who started with us 3 weeks ago. She wasn't just thrown into the deep end of the pool, she was thrown into a deep river with a fast-moving current. And Lindsay Santos, who I think is still outside, but probably took many of your temperatures as you walked in. So thank you to them for helping to keep me sane. Yeah, the future is going to be interesting. Dr. O'Mara talked about somebody born in 1820 and what they saw by 1920. My father will turn 90 in April. And we were talking recently about, I think that means he was born, I don't do math in public, so I'm not going to tell you what year. 1932, thank you. Rogers Weed did math in public. I learned as a legislator, you do not do math in public. But in 1932, he was listening to the radio. He wasn't getting on a plane just to go home for Thanksgiving or for a meeting. His world has changed dramatically in much the same way as that person born in 1820. And I don't know what the world will look like when I am 89. But I can only assume it will change as dramatically, and what it looks like and how that journey goes, how many times we have to unlearn, how many times we bump and have to go back, is really in the hands of a lot of the folks in this room, the organizations you represent, and the folks who are watching at home. So thanks to all of us who stuck with us. I hope you learned something. I hope we gave you something to think about. I hope for the legislators and the government affairs professionals, we gave you some new bill ideas. And just remember, the future is flexible, connected, and collaborative. So we expect big things. And with that, have a very good afternoon and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.